under 2. And we all understand why. In an environment like this, what will grow? How does a child get protein? How does a child get any vitamins? You can see the cast of the dead cow there. And Mitch, in Nicaragua, the children had to go and work. So you realize that instead of them being in school, now they were on the fields and they were in town working. Just a quick one about factor of frost, hurricanes, storms, etc. And realize that all of these had an adverse effect on children. All disasters and often long-lasting effects on the actions to all sorts of problems. So this was what we're looking at. So in India, they were thinking that a lot of these studies about disasters look at huge disasters like the earthquakes, etc. But what happens for the smaller disasters? And they realized that even when a child is exposed to a natural disaster within a month, an ARI increases by up to 18%. If he's exposed to a disaster within a year, the likelihood of stunting and underweight increases by about 7%. And the likelihood of him not having appropriate immunizations increases by about 18%. Interestingly, they found an adverse effect which was smaller among boys than among girls, smaller among infants, probably because of breastfeeding, and then smaller among families who had more socioeconomic resources. And it makes sense because their vulnerabilities are different. Now let's come quickly to Ghana. Beyese and Medina Zongo. What did they find? They found out that anytime it rained, there was an increase in diarrheal diseases. So they realized that there was a potential pathway, that was flood water, linking disease risk to rainfall. Their studies didn't really look at the long-term effects of what our seasonal flooding has on our children, but I realized that there was increased diarrheal diseases. And you and I know, this is my last slide, you and I know that malnutrition before the age of 2, stunting, all of these things determine that a child is going to be shorter later on in life. He's going to earn less as an adult. He's more likely to fail in school. He's more likely to drop out of school. I remember the epigenetics of it all. He's more likely to have children who are also malnourished and will go through the same trajectory. Childhood socioeconomic conditions and health exhibit long-term influences on individual health and mortality. If our children are safe, our children are healthy, our children are protected, they are more likely to grow up to be adults who are safe, who are healthy, and who are a very substantial and great workforce that can develop the country. If we as clinicians, if we as healthcare workers, we don't actually prevent children from being harmed during these floods, during these fires, during these natural disasters and man-made disasters, then we are going to end up with children who are disadvantaged, children who are not able to achieve their potential. And in conclusion, exposure to severe environmental conditions like your epidemics, like tropical diseases, like famines, within gestation and within the early years of life contributes significantly to poor long-term outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Aduman Odami. That was really, really impactful. So permit me to stand on already established protocol as we move to session 2 of our webinar program. In this session, let me add this. The largest group of healthcare professionals responding to disaster worldwide are the nurses. I mean, these are empirically proven facts. From triage to emergency care to patient education, psychological support, infection prevention, coordination of care, nurses are often the backbone of every disaster. So with this, I would want to introduce Nurse Josephine, who would introduce us and walk us through the role and indispensable unit of nurses' care in pediatric disaster. Nurse Josephine, please, you are welcome. Please unmute your mic. We can only see your mouse. Hello,
Hello.
Miss Josephine.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, please, we
Hello.
can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, let me share my slides.
Thank you.
All right, is it visible? Is my
Yes,
slide?
please, we can see your screen. Yes, please, you can proceed.
All right, thank you very much for such a wonderful program. I'm just taking you quickly through what nurses we normally do when such occurrences happen. Dr. Aduma has already dealt with a lot of them, so I won't waste much time. All right, so we will just walk through the introduction, the impact of floods and fire on children, and then the specific role for the nurses and sometimes the midwives, and the short conclusion plus the reference. All right, so like Dr. Aduma was saying, hello, please can you hear me?
Please, we can hear you. We can hear you
All
loud
right.
and clear. Yes,
Okay,
please.
so emergencies sometimes strike at any time. For instance, fire outbreak, floods, diseases outbreak, and other disasters can just happen without giving us any warning signs. And sometimes children are uniquely affected because of their age and then the activities sometimes they perform. So they respond differently than adults. And children with special care needs are at higher risk, if you can bear with me. And there is also a big gap in care, especially where it happens, the geographical areas, the economic status of the community, or wherever the incident happened. Whether they are having the equipment, the facilities, is there any specialist to take care of these ones? So you could realize that if something happens in Accra, the responses will be very different than something happening in my very hometown. So in view of this, when we are planning, we should not forget children. We should protect children who requires our needs and also build them into all level of emergency preparedness that we'll be doing. All right. This one, we all know the causes of flood and fire outbreak. Heavy rainfall, of course, when it's very intense and short durations. Sometimes the soil gets overwhelmed to absorb the water and it exceed its limits, and what we can see is flooding. And our almighty blocked drainage system, especially in our Ghana here, anybody at all can just throw rubbish at where she or she finds comfortable doing it. Our poor urban planning. So far as you have money, wherever you want to build, you can build. But sometimes we do so in our own dunes. And then building on water, wetlands, even if You are being advised not to do that because you are so desperate to build anywhere at all. Sometimes we build. Let's look at fire outbreak as well, the causes. Electrical faults, which sometimes we overlook, incorrect wiring, using um, electrical materials that are cheap and at the end causing danger to us. Illegal connections here and there, overloading circuits, and frequent generating sparks that help these materials to break down in fire. Sometimes our cooking and naked flames can also bring out fire, especially the unattended cooking. As women, when we are cooking, we are so much particular on our phone, forgetting that we're putting something on fire. Improper storage of some of the flammable materials and careless smoking. Anywhere at all, my cigarette will get finished and I just dispose it off without putting the fire off. And all these contribute to fire outbreak in our various homes and then in communities. All right, let's quickly look at the impact of flood. Just have a look at this picture. Without even telling you anything, you can see that flood has a lot of impact and taking into consideration children especially. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the health and then the nutrition. Like boss already said, when this happens, it distracts the access of clean water, leading to spikes in waterborne diseases such as cholera, dysentery, and so on. Psychological and emotional trauma is another thing that is very, very, very important for us to talk about. Children frequently suffer from extreme fear, anxiety, PTSD. Sometimes it can result in bedwetting and so on. When they witness the distractions of home, how they were able to survive, in fact, it's not easy for them. So these are some of the impacts that normally happens when these occurrences happen. Distraction of education. School blocks are being immersed with flood. How can these innocent children go to school? Not leaving behind social and economic vulnerability. All these are impacts that my boss already spoke much on it. Let's again look at that was flood. Let's look at fire. This can even be worse. All right, physical injuries and then fatalities. Sometimes when they sustain in this outbreak, burns, cows, which often in the house due to unsafe environment and supervision, even if there is no outbreak. All these things are something that we have to have a look at. And then this scarring can cause a long-lasting disability if not taken proper care into respiratory damage. The smoke inhalation exposes to toxic gases. And if they are already having pre-existing conditions like asthma and so on, then it means to be worse and psychological trauma and then developmental regression. Sometimes they just go back, like I said earlier on. You will see a 4-year or a 6-year-old child who has for ages not been wetting beds, but because of what they've been through, you see them doing it. Now, our business as nurses and midwife, we have roles to play. And these are roles can be before, during, and after. So let me take the before first. In nursing, we have the preventive nursing, and then we have the curative nursing. I always say my interest is always in the preventive nursing, the community, and then the public health nursing. They make sure that occurrences of these things that we are talking about never happens. And they do this through health education, educating the public about disaster preparedness, teaching family how to develop emergency plans, identifying safety shelters, and also emergency preparedness. It is the duty of these preventive nurses who do this. So when the education is well made, or when the community or the public is well known of these things, sometimes we don't have them occurring. So the role here is very, very, very important. And another thing that we do as nurses before the occurrence is to participate in disaster planning. We establish communication systems to ensure effective communication among healthcare workers and emergency agencies. So, for instance, if I'm a nurse and I've been to the outreach, whoever is there, after my assessments, I will let you know that when such happens, being flood, being fire outbreak, this is what you are supposed to do. So you inform or you include the community health nurses who are already in the community, the emergency plans. Some of the communities don't even have the planners, but they have ambulance setting. So you input their efforts, or you help them, letting them know that in case something of this sort happens, this is what they are going to do. So nurses are not left behind when we are planning for this disaster. And then you conduct risk assessment. Sometimes you have to look at the community, where their houses are built, where the schools are built. Are these schools likely to flood when it rains? Because some of the schools are being built in waterlogged areas. So you have to conduct all these assessments. Then you talk with those who are in charge, the school proprietors, the headmasters, and then the big people in the community. After your assessments, then you bring in your input. Then you also teach the family about disaster readiness. After your assessment, you know this very house is likely to be flooded in case it rains heavily. You teach them that if this happens, you have to do A, you have to do B, you have to do C. Though we are not praying such things should happen to them anyway, but you still have to prepare their minds that because of where their property is, it's likely that this can occur and they should prepare for that. So as the community, I know a community in Ashanti region that when I heard that Accra was all over flooded, I was just thinking through that this community, when this happens in Ashanti region, the whole community is going to submit. So such community, you have to also prepare them as well. If you see that it's raining continuously for this number of hours because of our previous experiences in this region, you have to do this. It is your duty as a nurse. And then you have to also think of evacuating or carrying people to the nearest facility in case such occurrences happens. How am I going to do it as a nurse? I'm a community nurse here. I'm, I'm the only public health nurse in this community. When this happens, who should I call first? Which car am I going to use? So you have to have all these things at the back of your mind. And sometimes too, you have to educate them on safe water, sanitation, and hygiene in case they have these things coming. Because sometimes when it floods, most of the water are contaminated. So you have to educate them how to get proper water to drink and how to keep their sanitation before the flood, so that it won't even happen at all. Then you have to also encourage emergency first aid. When it happens, what should be the first thing that you should do as a mother, as a father, as a community leader, as a community health nurse, me posted alone in this environment? What will be the first thing to do? ABC first. You have to let them know. It is your role as a nurse to teach. And then sometimes too, you have to educate the public on the simple things, CPR, how to do it. When you find a child or a patient unconscious, what you have to do. And then we have to advocate for children friendly emergency shelters. Sometimes children are neglected, they are left behind. When they are taking decisions, they don't think about us, we the children. They don't think about us. They are only thinking about the adults, the chiefs, the queen mothers, and so on. So your role as a nurse, after you doing your assessments, you have to advocate for child-friendly emergency shelters. All right, this is before. Let's quickly walk through the role of a nurse during the events. The first thing is triaging. You have to triage your children. Which of the children needs immediate attention, or which of them can wait? Is it the one crying loudly or what? So you have to do your triaging. After triaging, knowing your emergency ones or the urgent ones or the stable ones, then you come in with your assessment, especially when you identify one as emergency. Then quickly you walk through your ABCDs, your airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and evaluation. You have to walk through quickly without taking much time. Then the ones that need emergency care, sometimes you have to call for ambulance. It's rather unfortunate that Ghana, when you pick your phone to call ambulance, it can last like an hour and no one is responding to you. But still, we have to do that. Or which vehicle, which means will be easier for me to transport this very child, especially when they are not in a health facility. But if they are in a health facility, then you quickly manage your A, B, and then your C as well. So in doing that, if you have to provide oxygen, you have to, especially when you get to your B and the breathing is not effective for you. All right, then you have to set your oxygen, and most importantly, preventing hypothermia, because in flood, the children are always in hypothermia, so you have to cover them with blankets and so on. Then you have to hydrate, of course. When it's burns, you have to immediately hydrate, fluid resuscitation. And then when they are above 10, or if they've not been immunized, then you give your tetanus prophylaxis as well. Don't forget your pain management, which is very, very, very important. Sometimes we are in a hurry to do our nursing care without paying much attention to the pain management. You have to assess the pain using the pain appropriate tool, then you intervene as soon as possible. How can you practice as a nurse or execute your duty as a nurse without taking care of the psychological effects of this child? Nurses, we are the first call on contact. When patient comes to the hospital, we see them first. So we have to provide our psychological care as well, reassuring them, especially when they see that their faces are bruised, they are having deformities here and there, they begin to um, cry a lot. So you have to reassure them, the caregivers as well. Then you encourage expression through play, especially those who are a bit okay, who can play. You encourage them to do so. Psychological care is very, very, very important. So, in conclusion, flood and fires don't affect everyone equally. And our responsibilities as nurses are very clear. We have to build resilience, health, and community systems, strengthen disaster preparedness at all levels, ensure no child is left behind. Thank you. This is my reference, and then I'm done. Please, if you have any questions.
Thank you so very much. That was really, really brief. Thank you. I appreciate. So if you are just joining us, we started right at 3 p.m. and we are now heading to session 3 and 4. So we'd combine section 3 and 4 using one stone to kill two birds. If you believe me, I always love to quote these Chinese proverbs, which says that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next best time is just now. If your guess is as good as mine, you would believe me that there is no other speaker to deliver section 3 and section 4, which combines pediatric vulnerability and disaster preparedness for children. And with this, I would like to introduce Dr. Eugene Mate to unpack session 3 and session 4 for us. Dr. Eugene, please.
Yep, thank you very much. And if the previous speaker can kindly stop sharing so I can also share. Thank you. Okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, please, it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my first talk will be on pediatric vulnerabilities in disasters. And then we'll be looking at how differently pediatric patients are as compared to adults when it comes to disasters and what we need to do differently. So we have two main objectives with this presentation. First off, to be able to look at the anatomical and physiological drives of pediatric patients when it comes to their respiratory build-up, their metabolic demands, and then differences in their hydration requirements, and how quickly they can lose fluid and be at risk when disaster strikes. And then also we'll want to see how their dependency on us as adults tend to contribute to their survival or otherwise when there is disaster. So for everything we do, there is a science behind it, even if we are unaware. And it's the same story when it comes to disaster. We know that for your risk to go up in disaster, then it means that you must fall within a vulnerable population. So if you look at the formula I have displayed here, it says that the risk in disaster is equal to the hazard okay, times the vulnerability divided by the capacity of the system or the country or the community to handle that disaster. So there's a direct correlation between your risk of injury and your vulnerability. And children or our pediatric population represent a very, very highly vulnerable class of patients that we handle. We'll look at their baseline biology and then some of the other social factors that prove this point. And one thing we must note is that children are not small adults. And therefore, if you prepare for an emergency, focusing mainly on adults and hoping that that will trickle down to children, then ultimately there are so many other things that we may lose sight of, and that would increase the risk of mortality. And funny enough, children are disproportionately affected in terms of mortality when disaster strikes. And sometimes under 5 mortality can be up to 64% of the overall mortalities in disasters. So why do we need to look at this special population? So quick overview, if you take their respiratory system, they have higher minute volume. So the amount of air they are going to breathe in per minute is relatively high, considering they have a higher baseline respiratory rate compared to an adult. They also have a narrow airway, which means that the ability to take in air is also easily impaired when disaster strikes. We know what typical disasters are. Fires, smoke inhalation. So if a child inhales smoke, for instance, the airway is going to get swollen, and already that airway is narrow. And the swelling is further going to quickly compromise it, and that child will be at risk of dying. Now, we know also about the GI makeup or their gastrointestinal makeup. So they have very high systemic water turnover, and they don't have enough reserves when it comes to fluid. So they are at very high risk of getting dehydrated. And of course, contributing to that is their high body surface area and then their immature skin. So it is unable to regulate loss of volume or fluid as compared to a mature skin of an adult. And also, if we are both exposed to surface irritants or chemicals or radiations, the amount of radiation per surface area they are going to absorb is relatively higher compared to an adult. And then also closely linked to that is the ability to quickly lose temperature. And therefore, you have to take this into consideration when, one, they are coming from a disaster site, and two, even when we are managing them in the hospital setting. Also, we have to remember that their endocrine system is quite immature. And then also these organs are rapidly dividing, and therefore, when they are exposed to certain environmental pollutions like radiation, it can later on in life increase their risk for certain cancers like leukemias, thyroid cancers. And then also remember that their immune system or endocrine system is still underdeveloped, and therefore the ability to handle stress compared to adults is also compromised. So delving deeper, we know that the smaller your airway, the higher the resistance that can happen in the airway. And for children, if you take a close look at their airway is quite short, apart from it being narrow, and then it's horizontally aligned to the upper airway passages. Okay. Also, when you take the structures at the posterior part of their mouth, like the uvula, the tongue, all these structures are quite floppy and large relative to their jaw volume. And therefore, with the least swelling, they can easily compromise their airway. So when you take, for instance, a small baseline airway diameter, so even a change of 1 millimeter of mucosal swelling can compromise their airway patency by as much as 75%. And that is very, 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 very important. So for any child coming from a disaster site, we must always pay close attention when we are assessing their airway, breathing, circulation. Of course, added to that, they have very high minute volume metrics. So for a child, you're looking at 6 to 8 ml per kilo every minute of volume that they are taking in. So anything that elevates their baseline respiratory rate is going to add on to the stress on the body. So you have to look at things apart from the inhalation of smoke or heat. You have to also look at inhalation of toxins. So it means that what if I'm an adult and a child, we are both exposed to airborne pathogens or contaminants, then they are at higher risk also of being involved. The other thing you have to take note of is the height of the child as well. So especially most toxic chemicals are heavier than air. So if the environment is poisoned, it means that what at the level of the child, most of the toxins will be at the child's level, and therefore when they are breathing in, they are more likely than not going to breathe in a lot of the toxins compared to an adult who is standing next to them. So when you also look at their fluid balance and their risk of dehydration, as I earlier mentioned, they have very poor reserves when it comes to fluid. Also, their kidneys are underdeveloped and cannot handle highly, how do you call it, stress situations like dehydration. So it means that what they will probably not be able to concentrate their urine as much as an adult will be able to, and therefore they are going to lose a lot more of fluid compared to the adult. And it means that what in extreme temperatures, exposure to disease vectors, when they lose water from breathing very fast, when they have diarrheal diseases, their ability to quickly get dehydrated and go into shock is high. Also, they have smaller blood volumes and therefore they can rapidly decompensate and go into shock. So their journey from a reversible compensatory mechanism to becoming irreversible can be quite rapid. And therefore, if you find a child after a disaster has struck and their baseline parameters have all dropped, that tells us that we've already picked up that child quite late. Now, the other things that will also contribute to they losing heat and then also getting quickly dehydrated, they losing fluid and getting dehydrated is fever. So for every 1% degree elevation in their body temperature, they are going to increase their insensible losses by about 10 to 12%. So just think about it. If the child's temperature has gone up to 41, it means that they are going to lose almost 50 or almost what increase their insensible losses by 50%. And that is quite significant. Okay. Like I mentioned also, they have impaired thermal defense mechanisms. So their skin boundary is also compromised, and therefore the ability to protect their internal structures is also relatively not as effective as compared to an adult. Also, they have very poor fat cutaneous, subcutaneous fat, and the ability to insulate themselves and then quickly lose heat is high. They can't also shiver a lot as we adults can do. And that implies that when exposed to cold, they can easily die from hypothermia. And also, closely related to all of this is their risk of developing metabolic acidosis. Now, just as I've mentioned earlier, naturally they are already at risk of going into hypothermia. Now, for the interventions that we also tend to do for them, that can also put them at higher risk. So imagine a child has come in with a temperature and then we want to tepid sponge. You have to use lukewarm water. If you use cold water for that child, then that child can easily move from the hyperthermia into hypothermia as well. So too rapid shift in their body temperature is not advisable. Also, do remember that in trying to cool a child, we are aiming for a 0.5 degree drop every hour. So yes, we want to help the child, but also remember that our intervention can put the child at danger. Okay. Also, they are at risk of blunt skeletal injury or trauma. So remember, their rib cages are very compliant, and therefore they can sustain a lot of impact, or they can probably absorb a lot of the impact without necessarily showing what fracture. However, the impact of this is that what the internal organs will receive very minimal protection, because most of these impacts will then be transmitted directly to the internal organs. So the absence of fractures does not necessarily rule out the presence of life-threatening internal injuries. So remember, hidden internal crashes are always dangerous, especially to the lungs, to the heart. Okay, so sometimes all you may see is just baseline increase in the heart rate, and that may be the only thing that is telling you this child is in trouble. Therefore, we have to pay close attention to it. Also, when you take a look at the solid organs, especially the abdominal structures, you would realize that the liver and the spleen are poorly protected by their rib cages, as well as the bladder and the other pelvic structures are also poorly protected by the pelvic bone. So it means that when the bladder is full, there are increased risk of bladder injuries, as well as injuries to their liver and spleen in blunt abdominal force. So yeah, one area that we always tend to lose sight of, and I'm happy my previous speaker did touch on that as well, are the social and mental risk of this vulnerable group. So what are the things that contribute to that? So remember that most children are almost always entirely dependent on their adult caregivers. And therefore, separation in face of disaster will pose a lot of danger or a lot of vulnerability to our children. So infants, young children cannot self-evacuate. They need we, the adults, to help them do that. So even if they can walk, they still need direction to know where to go so that they move away from the site of danger, especially in situations like fires, floods, hazardous environments. Otherwise, a child may just walk into the danger zone. Also, they have cognitive limits and they cannot understand complex warnings and emergency announcements. So we have to break it down into a language that they can actually understand. And when disaster also strike, because of their cognitive limitation, they may enclose themselves in a closet or under the bed to escape frightening noises and stuff. What's the danger that can come with this? It means that in the face of evacuation, you may probably miss a child that is hiding in a closet or under the bed, and then they may end up as a casualty. So it means that when you're evacuating, you have to pay close attention, search all corners potentially before you leave the room, and make sure you've accounted for almost all the children that are with you. Now, also for we as healthcare workers, we have to take cognizance of the fact that you can potentially have a lot of unaccompanied minors surging or how do you call it, reporting to the healthcare facility. So that would also pose a lot more complexity to how do you call it, management of these children, because then again, a lot of history will be lost. You will probably not have enough information about their past medical histories, and then that would probably delay some critical interventions which they might need if you had the information quite available readily. Then also remember that displacement in itself is also trauma to the child, and then it also comes with a lot of stress. And we must note that the children have immature nervous system, and they always struggle to process extreme stress. So as was earlier mentioned, so the mere fact that they actually witness this disaster or this violent event happening can trigger a lot of stress, and that increases their risk for acute post traumatic stress disorders. Now also, let's note the influence of the caregivers as well. Now, parents, I mean, children are very sensitive to their caregivers' emotional state. So if the adult is panicking, that amplifies the panic or the psychological trauma that the child is going to go through. And this has been shown to prolong their recovery. And then we've also noted that what stress and trauma can actually come with regressive behavior. So sometimes they may not come to us with very clear history that they've been in a stressful situation or they are coming from a disaster zone. And all they may report to you is that, oh, my child used to talk, now they are not talking, or my child has started bedwetting. It's up to us to probe further and find out what that trigger, what that stressful event has been. Okay. And then in our own healthcare settings, in our communities, in our schools, how are we making the environment child-friendly spaces? So these are things that I would want us to think about. And then also very important are the nutritional vulnerabilities of children. And because they are growing rapidly, they have very rapid metabolic rates and they have minimal fat reserves. So the more fat you have, it means that you can actually hold on to a lot of resources in terms of your caloric and energy requirements. But because they have very minimal, it means that they have to get the nutrition at the time that they need it. And if we fail to meet their nutritional requirement, then that would increase their risk for malnutrition. And this tends to be a lot of the issues that or contribute a lot to the issues we face when disaster also happens. Now, have we thought about what will happen to the breastfeeding infant? There's going to be disruption in their breastfeeding. The mother may be so stressed and traumatized that breastfeeding can actually be cut off completely. Now, for those who are on formula, it means that what their access to how do you call it potable water that they are going to use to prepare or mix the formula um, is going to be compromised, and therefore that would increase their risk for diarrheal outbreaks. Okay, and then of course with the feeding requirements as well. Now, how much formula would you have been able to store? How much clean water have you been able to store? How well will you be able to sterilize or clean the bottles that you are going to use to feed the infant? So you see, these are all questions that we need to ask or consider when we are dealing with this vulnerable group. And then last but not the least, remember when disaster strikes, one, predators are always hovering around and they may see it as an avenue for them to exploit or abuse children. And then sometimes not the fault of caregivers, but what these children can also be at increased risk of neglect. So imagine a child loses their caregiver in a disaster. Now this child has to be taken care of by another adult or another close relation. Now the close relation or this new caregiver may not feel as much obligation as the original caregiver, and that puts the child at increased risk of exploitation and neglect. Now, we're talking about safe shelters. Now, how many safe shelters can we identify in our communities that would help address some of these things? And then what are some of the systemic safeguards that we've put in place? So disasters will potentially disrupt local school, community law enforcement oversight, which means that what people with criminal behaviors can now prey on these vulnerable population or these vulnerable children. So what can we do to prevent some of these things? So secure shelter mapping is very important. So we need to identify, should a disaster strike in the community, in our neighborhood, which locations can we map out or flag as a safe shelter, so that we know that this is where we are all converging, or this is where we are all moving to if the disaster hits. Now, we also have to organize this. Well, we try and keep families together so that as much as possible, you separate children from the adult general areas, and that would help minimize abuse and exploitation. Also, we have to have a reunification database. So one, how are we taking the data? So do we just say everybody come? How are we even identifying the people that are coming to these shelters or to our facilities? So I have child A. Okay, the child A come with relations. Who are the other relations or close members of the household? So that we can keep them together and then we can track. And it helps improve their survival. Yeah. And then also in disasters, you must also take note. You can have volunteers. Not every volunteer is coming in with a clean mindset. So it is incumbent on us who are recruiting healthcare workers, volunteers, and then every disaster management team. We have to vet the background or check their background very well to make sure that those who are in quote volunteering to help the children in the disaster do not become the perpetrators of the act themselves. So the other thing I would want to make mention of, which I'll touch more on in the next presentation, will be the Jumpstart pediatric triage. So this is a quick tool that helps us to quickly sort out who is safe and who is not safe. And it tries to take away the emotions from the triage process. Remember that when disaster strikes, you have very limited time to go through the affected people and be able to sort out who needs help and who doesn't need help. So if you spend all that time on one person, you may end up having an increase or a rise in your death toll, which is what we are trying to prevent. So it uses ambulatory status, their respiration, their rate, their perfusion check, and then also their neurological status. And it categorizes them into whether they are minor, are they diseased, do they need immediate interventions, or they are stable and we can delay their intervention for now. So now for public health preventive steps as well. We'll look at it a bit more in the next presentation as well. So I would skip this slide. The second presentation, disaster preparedness for children. So for our objective for this one, we'll look at how do we develop practical structured disaster preparedness for children, spanning from the household, the school, the community, and then the healthcare facility levels. And then also be able to identify critical elements in pediatric readiness, including customized kits, communication notes, size-specific medical equipment, how do we manage our cold chain systems in disaster, and then special healthcare safeguards. And then also stressing on the need to implement a multidisciplinary approach when it comes to handling disaster. Because remember, we can't do it all. We need all the various units or players to come together to make it work. So I mean, we can never ever get tired of saying this, and that always guides the philosophy of readiness. So by failing to prepare, we are preparing to fail. And that's a famous quote by Benjamin Franklin. And as you can see from the image I have to the right of my screen, it says that before disaster strikes, what are the mitigating measures that we have in place? Okay, so we must always be looking into the future. So we evaluate our mitigation measures and then we take action ahead of time to be prepared. So we look at what exists now what do we need to do to improve upon it? And then when the disaster strikes, then we can respond appropriately to protect life and property in that emergency. And then hopefully to help not just the individuals, but the community as a whole to recover from that disaster or emergency. And then we then reevaluate everything that happened during the emergency, how our response was, and we see what the learning curves are. And then that would inform our future mitigation plans as well as preparedness for the next disaster. So one important thing to note is that in disasters, the margin of survival is dictated entirely by actions that were taken way before the events even occurred. So if we don't plan ahead, then of course we'll only be running around trying to quench fire. So we would zoom in and taking our story from the home all the way to the community. And we know every society is just a cluster of family units. And we say that charity begins at home. So for us to be able to improve survival, then the preparedness must start with the family. So how does the family establish home escape routes? How do they decide on who their contact persons are and their contact nodes? And then also what child survival frameworks can they implement to improve survival? So one important thing that we can easily lose sight of in preparing for emergency is home communication structures. So remember that when there is an emergency, right, everybody in that catchment area is going to try to make a call. And there is always a potential for that cellular tower network to freeze, okay, or for the network to go down, which means that there's a potential that communication can be cut off because of that peak volume. So we must always have a relay strategy. So we must always be able to identify who is a trusted contact person outside my catchment area that in times of disaster, I can easily reach out. And that person, in case I can make calls, they can try and reach emergency response teams and then tell them my location. And that may actually inure to my benefit in terms of now struggling to reach other people and reach other people and reach other people. And by the time you finally get to the emergency response team, it might be too late. Okay. Then also you have to decide your reunion points. As a family, there should be 2 reunion points, okay, or 2 convergent points. One, immediately outside the family's house. So when disaster strikes, what is our exit or escape mechanisms? How do we leave the house if there is a fire? How do we leave the house if there is flooding? How do we leave the house if there is sudden exposure to toxin within that household happens? So we must know what to do and always try to have a small drill even among our own family. Now, when we are able to exit the house, immediately out of the house, where should everybody converge whilst we wait for others to exit the house? And then finally, when everyone is out of the house, which is a designated place within the community that we can all converge whilst we wait for help? So these are things that we need to think about. And then as we educate families or as we teach parents, we know how to go about it. So like I said, you have to prevent panic among the children. So you have to rehearse the evacuation procedures and don't make it so robust. Maybe today you can decide, okay, we'll have a small drill. We are exiting from where? The bedroom to maybe the hall. So you can practice that routinely with the children. Make it fun as much as possible. And then you build on that. The next time we'll move from bedroom to hall to maybe the entrance to the house. And then that will be our endpoint. The next time you can take it a little bit more and then you just make it that way, because then children, you break the learning curve for them in small bits and then it reinforces what you are trying to teach them, so that when disaster strikes, it becomes reflex, and then it doesn't make the child more anxious. So also remember that when you keep practicing or rehearsing the drills, now the children become used to the drill. They are able to recognize triggers from like sirens and stuff like that. And those sirens and stuff doesn't contribute to sensory overstimulation, or doesn't contribute to sensory overload in the child, which can cause them to shut down. So in leaving the house too, you must also take note of some of the things that you might have to have readily packed somewhere. So water, ready to use feeds, your first aid toolkit, okay, sanitizers. If you have a baby, maybe a feeding bottle that you would use for the baby, the formula, okay, maybe some small tools that you can use, like a small knife, maybe a small pair of scissors. All these things are things that we don't think about, but they are very, very important. Okay, and don't forget to have a flashlight, and then also your contact device or communicating device. Of late, we all have mobile phones, so that makes it easy. And then also, how do we identify or tag our children when disaster happens as families? So what kind of child identification are we using? You can use laminated cards. You can use the name tags that we use during conferences. So all these are available. You can use wristbands, okay? And then these should have either a photo of the parent or the emergency contact that anybody who finds the child should be able to have. You can have their date of birth on it, okay? And then some people, if your child has any known medical condition, has any known allergies and stuff, that can also be another form of identification that they wear on them, so that if me as a medic, I have access to this child, and then I have to manage the child, and the parent is not available, at least I would have something to work with. And then also we have to clearly note on the child's ID who the pickup person should be. So for instance, if it happens in school or it happens at the daycare, who is the legally authorized person that is supposed to collect the child during the evacuation search? So all these things need to be made clearly known. So I've shown you some innovative ways. So like, for instance, this can be a bag that would contain some of the valuable items that the child will need, like food, water, and stuff like that. And as you can see in here, I don't know if you can see my pointer. Let me try and see if I can get a pointer. Yes. So this small card in there, okay, contains some important emergency information that anybody who has access to the bag will be able to see. We can see the name tag over here, and then we can see the wristband as well. Okay, so now for the hospital and facility setting, what are the things that we can do in advance to prepare for emergencies? Okay, so we have to be proactive as healthcare facilities. So first off, for us to be able to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves, we must have someone who has a voice, who can speak loud enough and drum our needs to the hospital management. And therefore, you have to think about who the pediatric champion, okay, in our facility should be. I'm sure a lot of us are wondering who the pediatric champion is in our facility. And we are asking because most likely than not, there's none. So if a hospital or facility doesn't have one today, I'm challenging us to identify one person who will be the lead person. That person should have some training and some knowledge or skill when it comes to emergency response, so that when they sit on the hospital management meetings, they can be able to champion or push our agenda forward. Okay. Now, the other thing we have to look at is, what is our surge strategy? So we know what our usual hospital capacity is like. But in disaster, you don't have time to build new structures, okay, or new permanent structures. So what plans are we putting in place to put up makeshift wards or isolation areas, right? We need to think about all these things. So unaccompanied minors that may also be coming in, how do we ensure their safety? Do we have non-clinical rooms that are safe houses that we can be able to keep them or hold them? So we can have like a holding area where they will be under what? Protective clinical custody until they are able, we are able to link them back with their caregiver. So these are questions that we need to be asking as we are preparing for the disaster that may occur in future. Also, we have to think about thermal safety and then decontamination. Like I mentioned, children are at increased risk of hypothermia. And then, of course, they're also at the risk of, how do you call it, burns. So you have to be cautious of the water that you're using to decontaminate, especially when their skin has been exposed to chemicals. Okay, so remember, don't use very cold water because you trigger hypothermia in these children. Okay. And then also we have to think about, okay, if these kids are washed or decontaminated, or they're already coming in hypothermic, what are the measures that we are putting in place? Do we have enough blankets to warm them? Do we have enough insulation? Do we have this is the time to rely on the onion bulbs and stuff that are able to generate heat, or heat generating bulbs that will keep the room warm, so that even when you are holding them, you are still trying to keep the environmental temperature quite comfortable for the child. Of course, the other question we always ask, do we have enough pediatric tailored equipment in our facility? Do we have enough to maintain their airway? Do we have enough to bag them and help them breathe? Okay, so our ambu bags, okay, are we using the adult size and only changing the face mask? No, we have to have different sizes. And as my picture can show, okay, you have from the neonatal size all the way to the adult size, so that you've taken every age group into account. So even your vascular access, these are the times where you may potentially require intraosseous needles, okay, or wide bore free needles if you don't have intraosseous, which you can improvise as intraosseous needles. And then even for your IV catheters, do you have all the recommended sizes that the child needs? Otherwise, that may contribute to inability to establish life-saving interventions quite quickly. Okay. And of course, for facilities that have the defibrillators, make sure that you have the appropriate size parts that you can use with them. So these are just a few of the equipment that I highlighted, so that after today's presentation, we can all go back to our equipment cupboard and actually check and see if we are responding appropriately, or should a disaster happen today, are we well prepared enough to respond? So, I mean, the healthcare system would not work without the healthcare workers. So, for us, the healthcare workers, what is expected of us? In summary, three things: advocacy, be able to appraise ourselves with clinical triage accuracy, so that we can clearly identify those who need help and deliver the help. Okay. And then also be able to be the frontline persons that will deliver the trauma interventions that the children need. So for advocacy, I've mentioned, I mean, PSG is doing a lot, and Hope Exchange is also been one strong voice when it comes to these things. So this is an encouragement to other facilities also to add our voices as healthcare workers when it comes to pushing for the right thing to be done for children. Okay. And then of course, how do we decentralize care? So in my region, in my district, what are the facilities that are there? Can we identify our strengths and our weaknesses, so that when disaster happens, we know that, okay, this facility A, B, and C can handle these cases. So if we have or pick up any child with specific injuries or conditions, we know where we are taking them. Even if they bring them to you, know that what you stabilize and then you refer appropriately to where they are supposed to be. So that coordination needs to be well communicated. Okay. And then, of course, I went through the Jumpstart protocol previously. So this is just reminding us that as healthcare workers, we need to appraise ourselves or update ourselves with this triage protocol. Okay. And then also psychological first aid. I'm sure Dr. Pearl will talk more about this. But remember, as we mentioned, the trauma in itself can trigger regressive behaviors like bedwetting, mutism, tongue sucking. So when you pick up these children, it is not in our place to be judgmental. So we have to make sure that we support these children and help them through that phase. Most likely when we are able to get them out of that stressful phase, the secondary symptom, which is the regressive behavior, would resolve as well. And remember that avoid using punitive measures in such instances. Now, also, it is our duty as healthcare workers to manage and guide the caregivers. So remember, I have to coach them in answering their current or childhood trauma questions. Okay, because remember, sometimes they may be projecting their past experiences or how they are feeling currently on what the child is feeling, and that may either cause us to either miss something wrong with the child, or it can make both us and the child overly stressed, and then you might spend too much time and resources on a child who probably might not need it. And of course, as healthcare workers, we have to advocate for a structured play infrastructure in our various communities. A lot of us are lacking it, and that is not the best. So if you have all this population of children coming to your facility, how do we ensure that we still address their cognitive needs and their emotional needs? So yeah, it can be simple. A mat with a few play toys should be easy for us to do. Okay. And then, of course, to help with the work that we are doing, right, we must identify what we want to keep as a pediatric disaster kit, so that when disaster happens, we already have these customized, like, simple bags. It can be a big Ziploc bag, and we agree on what we are going to keep in each of the bags, so that when a child comes, you just pick one bag and it has most of the essential supplies or items that you actually need for that child. Okay, so for infants that we'll be seeing, it could have simple things like diapers, baby wipes, diaper rash creams, ready to feed infant formula or other ready to feed meals. You can have sterile water in there, clean bottles, right, to displace to reduce the displacement stress. Okay, then you can also have you have to make sure that you have enough medical reserves. So most of us, we're saying that your pediatric emergency or your pediatric unit should be able to have a 14-day supply of pediatric prescriptions like liquid analgesics, okay, your syringes, your ORS, okay, basic pediatric bandages, right? Because most likely than not, at least when disaster strikes, sometimes receiving some of these supplies from the central source can delay, and that is why it's important to have a backup supply of some of these essentials. Okay, and then also documentation. So we have to think about how we are storing files and important documents, okay, in the face of disaster. Do we have a dedicated place that would keep all these things? Okay. And now we are beginning to have a lot more complex patients, right? So we have patients that may be using feeding gastrostomies, for instance. So do I have enough spare tubes so that if the child needs a change in their feeding gastrostomy tube, I can change it? Some of our patients are coming with home ventilators now. So do these patients have enough backup battery power, such that we will be able to still power their life support machines should power go off. So these are things that we have to think about. And even with our hospital communications equipment, do we have enough backup power? So are we carrying enough power banks even on ourselves as we go to the hospital facility? So if power should go off now, how many of us will have our phones still working after 6 hours or 12 hours? Okay, so we have to take note of that as well. Then, of course, how do we ensure that what nutrition and water is made safe? I think I touched on this previously, but of course, remember, we need what? Clean water to mix. So as a health facility, we also have to take note of that. So in preparing to receive disaster, you also have to make sure that what you are procuring enough water for your hospital staff to work with, as well as to support some of these children that are coming to us. Okay. And then importantly, also for our public health people, right? Vaccination and then prevention of outbreaks is very, very key in disaster and epidemics. If you don't take care now, after managing the disaster, then we would have an epidemic on our hand, and that is going to put a lot more stress on the healthcare system. And one effective way is to ensure that what we maintain our vaccine cold chain security. So for our public health facilities, we are advised to ensure that what our vaccine cold chain safe window is able to survive for at least 72 hours. Okay, and that is able to preserve the vaccines that we have. And always remember that whatever happens, we have to always keep our vaccines between the +2 and +8 window. And that is why it's very, very important. As we can see our man over here, he's carrying a lot of vaccines, okay, in storage containers, trying to maintain the what? Cold chain in the face of disaster. Okay. And sometimes what? Apart from storing it, you may actually need to move the vaccines to affected communities. Okay. So you have to watch out for things like what? Measles and threat of whooping cough, especially because you'll now be dealing with a lot of overcrowding, poorly ventilated emergency shelters, and then of course also coupled with the fact that you don't have access to what sometimes what potable and safe water, and then how do you call it, disposal or waste disposal facilities. Okay, so now using the UNICEF strategy, okay, of WASH, so now we also have to ensure that what we prevent diarrheal contamination. So you have to ensure that what you have clean drinking water. So UNICEF recommends that what you have to budget for 15 liters of water per child or per individual. So are we meeting that? So you have to think of that as well. And then also, are we making available places of convenience? Otherwise, what? It's going to be free for all open defecation, and that potentially can also breed about cholera and then rotavirus outbreaks. Okay, and as a community, how are we also preparing? And this is where NADMO plays a very key role, and it's their duty to ensure that what all the various agencies are working together to make sure that what there's coherence in the system. Okay, so how are they connecting the various schools or childcare places to their regional or immediate or emergency facilities, so that what if a disaster happens and some of the children are in school, the various schools know, okay, who can I contact? How do I safely get the children from the school all the way to the facility? Or if the healthcare team has to move to the school, then they do that. So that's why that coordination is very, very important. Okay. And then there can be what? Coordination to what? Organize some of these routine simulations. So sometimes we have what the National Fire Service people coming over to our hospitals to train us on fire drills. How many of our communities are also doing these fire drills? Okay. it doesn't happen as often. So I think this is one area that NADMO, in terms of what community engagement and education can take up. And then also we should be able to know where a lot of our vulnerable population are, so that in terms of distribution of resources, we will be able to do that. And then, yeah, closely related to what? Optimizing response in the community. Now, for the various schools. So imagine your children spend what? A key chunk of their day in school, in the classroom. But there's very little we do when it comes to preparing the school environment for when disaster strikes. We are always assuming that, oh, I'll pick my child from school. But you see, sometimes when disaster happens, it can be so bad that what? You would not be able to have access to the school to even pick up your child. And your child may be stuck in school, okay, during that period. And we're saying that what? Now we have to what? Teach our schools to have what? Emergency food supply, safe drinking water reserves, okay? At least 4 liters per child per day. They must have adequate blankets, and then what? First aid kits for the children in every classroom. And they should be able to be what? Independent, assuming nobody is able to what? Save them for 72 hours. So then again, that important question is, how many schools have that capacity, or even know that this is what they are supposed to be doing? Okay. And then of course, the school drills, okay, as we can see, one is being demonstrated with a fireman doing the demonstration with the kids, and we're trying to make it fun so the kids learn what to do, and it becomes second nature when the disaster happens. So in summary, I would say that what? For household and family, we have to remember what? To create an emergency contact card and select where our out of area node or contact person is going to be, and where our out of area converging point should be. And then we should also remember to do what? Low stress drills with our children. So for our medical facilities, we have to assign pediatric champions, stock appropriate sized gear or equipment, and then also make sure that what? We don't run out of water in emergencies. For public health, protect the cold chain, coordinate immunization, and then integrate the WASH guidelines. And of course, let's not leave our schools and our communities. And remember that cutoff line, we should be able to be self-sufficient in our schools for up to 72 hours when disaster strikes. Thank you very much, all of you, for engaging me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eugene. But just a quick reminder, please, as you listen to our speakers, try as much as possible to keep your mic mute. Thank you. So we'll move to the next speaker, and I would like to call on Dr. Josephine to quickly share a screen and present special consideration of neonate in disaster. And please try as much as possible to keep to the time limit. We are 20 minutes behind original time schedule. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Please, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, please.
My name is Dr. Odruchinobu. I'm a senior resident at Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. I've been asked to give us an overview, or simply put, ask for a newborn's perspective on this whole pediatrics in disaster. So I'm going to look at neonates and disaster. And over the past 2 weeks, as a country, we've been living through one of our worst flooding disasters. We've seen it in the news, we've seen pictures all over. And the worst of it was on the 29th, where you saw large parts of Accra and other communities submerged. And you realize that having this happen right under our nostrils, it's not a distant statistic at all. Everything we are teaching, and thank you so much for all the previous presenters, is so timely with the things we are learning so that we are well equipped to handle what is ahead. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to walk us through a few practical evidence-based should I call them pillars of neonatal care and disaster settings. And I'll try and ground every single point with what is happening here in Ghana. It's just 15 minutes. So I'm not going to talk about every disaster. I'm just going to focus on what we are experiencing and how we can make a difference as pediatricians. Okay. All right. So Paediatrics 101. We keep hearing children are not miniature adults. I want to push this narrative a bit further. Okay. Newborns are not miniature children. Okay. And in terms of disaster response and planning, okay, newborns are usually folded just added to the general category of children. And that's a very dangerous oversimplification. In the same way, we are not happy with the way adults plan for adults without children. The newborns, as a spokesperson, we are not happy that children are planned for without looking specifically at newborns. Okay, so newborns have very unique airways, drug dosing, fluid needs, and all of them are scaled very differently from older children and adults. And in their own, in terms of their physiology, okay, we can look at just a few things to look at. First of all, is their body surface area. A newborn has the highest surface area to body mass of any age group that you're going to treat. And this means that for the same wet clothing, the same gust of wind, this newborn is going to lose heat dramatically as compared to a 5-year-old in the same tent. Okay, look at their immune systems. A newborn's immune system is very mature. They rely heavily on the maternal antibodies transferred in the last trimester and on breast milk after birth. So flood water, we know, carries a lot of E. coli, Vibrio species, fecal organisms. And this immature immune system is very good grounds for these organisms to cause invasive infection and very severe sepsis as compared to the older child. Thirdly, look at their physiologic reserve. You know, during disasters, hard times, you don't come across clean water easily. You don't come across food. So you rely a lot on your physiologic reserves until you are rescued. At term newborns, glycogen stores and energy reserves are very limited, and they can get exhausted within hours. And an older child may tolerate a day or two of disrupted feeding and warmth, but a newborn doesn't have that luxury. So you realize that the window from a stable newborn to a critically ill newborn can just be in a few hours. And the fourth one is their total dependence. Throughout this presentation, I'll be comparing this newborn to an older child. I'm doing that because generally children are in a huge vulnerable group, and newborns and the children are even more vulnerable, okay, in that space. So let's compare a 5-year-old. He can be told to hold an adult's hand when there's floodwater, stay close, ask for help. If he's hungry, he can vocalize it. He's thirsty, he can say it. He's cold, he can mention it. But a newborn can do none of these. They can't feed themselves, they can't warm themselves up, they can't protect themselves in any way. And if their caregiver, who is their plan A and their plan B, is displaced, injured, separated, or simply overwhelmed with all the chaos around them, the baby has no fallback plan. Okay, so when you think of a newborn, think of these vulnerabilities and in the most severe form you can think of. Okay, let's look at the numbers that were churned out just this week. We had a briefing from our Interior Minister, okay, and he was looking at the death toll from the just recent floods, looking at 34 dead persons, 6 unaccounted for. And in an earlier disaster that some of us heard of in Central Region, just a week earlier, about 18 people had died. Okay, 4 more deaths in the Volta region. So you realize that this flooding that happened, it wasn't just Accra. There are about 7 regions that were affected. And almost more than 7,000 households were damaged and destroyed. These are families that have been displaced, internally displaced in the country. Now let's look at the fourth number. 0 newborn deaths were separately recorded. That's not necessarily a good thing. It just tells us the gap we have in our newborn, in our healthcare. Because you realize that when we are churning out the numbers, we are not actually counting the children. That's one. And we are not counting them in the groups we should be counting them. So the recent National Fire Service recorded about 3 women, 8 men, and then 4 children among the dead. They didn't even categorize them, whether these were newborns or older children. Why am I saying all of this? It's just a wake-up call for all of us. Okay. If we are not counting a particular group, chances are we are not even planning for them. We are not even seeing them in all of the hardship. Okay, so let's start counting them and let's make sure that they count. There's a picture I want us to have in mind as we go through this presentation. That right now in one of the NADMO relief camps, in one of these 7 regions that are affected, there's a mother sitting there, perhaps who delivered at home just a few days ago. And because she couldn't reach the facility in time, she's trying to keep her newborn warm on a wet mat, no incubator, no electricity, probably no idea of the danger her baby is actually in. And these babies are patients. Okay, so we are going to look at how we can position ourselves to help this baby in this relief camp. Okay, I've put everything we sort of can do for this newborn into 5 main pillars. Okay, and the first one is neonatal resuscitation. Okay, it's never old. Neonatal resuscitation is key. And it is looking at how we reach and stabilize the newborn, whether they've just been born in this relief camp or they've just been rescued from a disaster. Okay. Newborn resuscitation, the steps do not change. The algorithm doesn't change. The environment can change, can be a harsher environment, but the algorithm, the steps, the evidence-based steps that we're supposed to do to rescue newborns do not change. Let's look at thermoregulation. It's key. Earlier presenters have talked so much about it. And I dare to argue that's one of the most under-recognized killers in newborns that have survived floods. Okay. The third one is feeding and infection. And we'll see why when we get to that point. In flood situations, for instance, feeding and infection prevention become 1 point. Okay. And then effective transportation. This is looking at how we stabilize this newborn and then transport them in such a way that you don't lose the gains that you made. So you put in so much effort to resuscitate this newborn, to provide thermoregulation, make sure you're feeding right, preventing infection. If your transport is not done right, okay, you lose all the gains and you may get to a referral center and you don't have this newborn anymore. And then continuity of care, okay. All our rescue efforts will save this newborn, but there are times that the newborn is unaccompanied. We must make sure our documentation and all of that and our handing over ensures that this child is well protected. Dr. Martin mentioned that there are a lot of people who join the rescue efforts, not because they care about that child as displaced. They've seen an opportunity to traffic this child for free. Okay. They've seen this newborn that's being carried around no parents available. They've remembered some rich woman who wanted a baby somewhere, and this is their opportunity. Okay, so ensuring that our continuity of care in terms of the neonates is well documented is key. Okay, so let's touch on the resuscitation in the field. Okay. The message here, I'll hammer it again. The science does not change when you're in a disaster. The newborn, the neonatal resuscitation guidelines are unambiguous on one point. No condition precludes any initiation of resuscitation, no matter the situation. The steps should be followed. Okay. Some things may be improvised. So for instance, a baby is brought to you, whether the baby was just delivered in a very harsh condition or the baby was just rescued from floodwaters. You want to dry the baby first. It's key. Dry this baby first and follow the exact steps you've been trained on. Okay. If this baby is not breathing, no signs of life, you go ahead and start your ventilation. Okay. So this principle holds whether you're in a fully equipped labor ward or standing on a wet floor in an NADMO relief tent. Okay. And the algorithm does not change. It's the environment that has changed. So warm, dry, stimulate remains our first step in the first 30 seconds of meeting this baby. The difference here may be that your warm, dry surface may now be a plastic sheet spread across the table or the floor, or the bonnet of a vehicle. Okay. And the next is the bag valve mask. It is key. It's one of the most important, single most important pieces of equipment we can have in any of the obstetric, pediatric emergency kits that are being deployed. Okay. That self-inflating bag valve mask is essential. So if you are in a position of power where you are an advisory to NADMO, District Health Directory, they're trying to set up health posts or relief, the ambu bag is by name one of the things you can mention to them to have in this kit. Okay. Now, finally, very simple things like delayed cord clamping, okay, where the mother and baby are both safe. So you're in a relief camp, this woman goes into labor. You are able to deliver this baby. You've done your drying, baby is crying and breathing, stable, mother is stable, she's not pouring, okay, and not needing immediate resuscitation. The evidence is still clear. Defer that cord clamping for at least 60 seconds. Okay, a disaster is not a reason to abandon evidence-based transitional care. If anything, in this resource-constrained situation, in that field or that relief center, that extra minute of placental blood transfusion matters even more because that may be the difference between newborn that's able to weather the storm through the disaster and those that don't make it. Okay, so key. Same guidelines, harsher environments, same standard care, nothing changes. Okay, let's go to the second pillar. We've talked about resuscitation. Thermoregulation. Hypothermia kills newborns, especially in situations like this. Okay, and it usually will not present like an overwhelming emergency where you see everyone running, gush of blood, no. Typically, you just have a few hours after maybe a major event or rescue, you see a baby who is just a bit quiet. Baby is not really feeding, not really moving. Okay. And by the time you recognize it, you're managing hypoglycemia, sepsis on top of this cold baby. Okay. And that's because cold stress, low blood sugars, infection risk, they feed into each other. It's a vicious cycle. Once one starts the wheel rolling, the two just feed into each other, all the three. So the WHO warm chain gives us a simple, memorable checklist. And you see, I've laid it out on the screen and highlighted the skin to skin, okay, which is the kangaroo mother care. And I think, in my opinion, this is one of the most important links in here. I watched a few videos within the week. I saw a newborn. I think that it was the flood had just happened, and some gentleman found this newborn. The mother was around, and you saw them holding this newborn, trying to wrap him in a cloth. Okay. what we are hammering here is that kangaroo mother care is key. Transport that newborn skin to skin, okay, on the mother or any caregiver who is available. Okay, cover this baby's head and body. We said the head has a large surface area. It's a large area for heat loss. Okay, and delay the first birth, as we know already. So a baby born in a harsh condition, okay, we've done the initial stabilization, put this baby skin to skin, okay, with the mother to keep this baby warm. Okay. Now, bringing this to a flood context just in the past 2 weeks. Okay, so a newborn sitting, imagine a newborn sitting in an open boat rescue. I saw a few videos where people were on makeshift boats trying to rescue people from their homes. And you have this baby being held up by, the parents lying on a wet mat. Well, let's say the family has even been rescued and they're in a relief tent. Okay. This baby, you imagine this baby on a wet mat in a wet environment, and for instance, it's still raining. This baby already, who has very low reserves, is losing heat from 3 mechanisms at the same time. So on the wet skin, evaporation is taking place. Cold air with the rains moving around. There's convection, heat loss by convection. And then direct contact on this wet surface. This baby is losing heat by conduction. So it's just a matter of minutes. This child is going to lose all his heat, reserve heat. Okay. But the good news here is that there is kangaroo mother care. Put this baby with the mother, skin to skin. Tried and tested, very low cost, no need for electricity, no incubator, no supply chain, no special training. Beyond what you teach a volunteer in just 5 minutes, you can teach them. Simple skin to skin. Ideally with the mother, if she's not available. Any calm caregiver, okay, can't do that. And let's ask anyone, okay, who is listening to this presentation, that please add it to your advocacy points this week. Any volunteer you come across from NADMO, wherever, teach them skin to skin. Okay, should be their number 1 response when they see a newborn. Okay, now let's look at feeding and infection. Okay, now this third pillar, I put feeding and infection together because in a flood, these two stop being 2 different topics. It's actually one clinical decision. It's relevant because of what is happening currently in Ghana. The Accra Metropolitan Assembly, this week I saw them give out an advisory that any food or water item recovered from the flood-affected market or store may be contaminated. Okay. And for a newborn, that public health message translates directly into feeding. Okay. Breastfeeding is for a newborn, without question, the safest option available in a disaster, if the mother is available, because it entirely bypasses the question of whether the local water supply is safe. It reinforces the point that you don't need anything extra but breast milk. Okay, so our ability to reinforce this at the relief distribution points is key, especially points where we have influence over. Because it's so common for us to see donors, well-wishing people giving out feed, formula, etc. Okay, there are times we can't avoid it. Mother is not available. We can't find a mother, we have to feed. What we recommend is that the water used to prepare this formula must be boiled and cooled. Okay, but if the mother is available, breastfeeding all the way. And whatever feed we prepare, we recommend you feed by cup, because bottles and teats cannot be reliably sterilized in situations like this. Okay, a poorly cleaned bottle becomes a direct vector of the same contaminated water you're trying to avoid. So breastfeeding, that's the message. If we can't, clean, boiled, cooled water, cup feeding. Okay. Now, cord care and skin care. Okay, so newborns have a very obvious break in skin, okay, which is a freshly cut cord. And flood water, we know, carries fecal organisms that travel directly into broken skin and unhealed umbilical cord stump. So keeping the cord dry, keeping our hands clean before handling, watching closely for early cord sepsis is key. So redness, discharge, odor from the cord base. And because in this setting, it can progress very quickly, you need to have a low threshold. You need to have a low threshold, okay, for diagnosing. Now, in situations of disaster, for instance, a flood that is happening in Ghana, any newborn presenting who seems lethargic, feeding poorly, hypothermic, should be presumed septic until proven otherwise. Okay, that child is septic until you can prove otherwise that his lethargy is due to something else. Okay, so we do not wait for classic textbook symptoms before we act. Okay. All right, so a few things. And then one more thing, stress, mothers have this morbid fear that when there's stress, there's a disaster, their breast milk is not going to flow. Typically, in certain situations, the breast milk flow hardly declines. Okay, though in some situations it happens, but once the baby keeps feeding, breast milk will keep coming. Okay, so let's encourage the mothers to keep breastfeeding. All right, now on the original call for this presentation, there were a number of questions asked. Okay. I mean, what happens when a child is pulled from flood water? Okay. Can children be exploited during displacement? What are the mental health issues that arise in flood? Okay, let me give some newborn specific versions to some of answers to some of the questions that were raised. So on safe transports, the warm chain does not pause at the ambulance door. Okay, we must keep the baby skin to skin during transfer wherever possible. Keep the head covered. Make sure no one points a fan or vent to the baby in an attempt to dry off the baby. You dry the baby with cloth. Do not use fan or blowing air to dry off the baby. And when you hand the baby over to the receiving facility, hand over actual temperature readings. We are so used to, oh, baby is fine, everything is fine. No, hand over actual temperatures, because we said hypothermia is a silent killer. Now, on family separation, it is key that we tag every unaccompanied infant the moment we encounter them. Even if you don't have a name, where the infant was found, who was around them, just to give clues, so that after the rescue mission, baby is stabilized, baby can be reunited with their family. It will be very sad for several babies to be rescued and now they're separated from their families and we have no idea. We have families searching for their babies and babies having no idea who their families are. Okay, so ideally when we find a displaced newborn, we notify NADMO, Department of Social Welfare, simultaneously. Okay, and never place a child's care on hold because you are not sure who the child is. Their care and then the quest to find who they are in their identification must run together. Okay. Now on exploitation, absolutely. Okay. There are people who take advantage of situations like this to exploit the vulnerable. And the most vulnerable group of people in pediatrics is the newborn. Okay, so in spite of the fact that we're trying to advocate, get them rescued, stabilized, we must ensure that we close all the loopholes, okay, that people can use to exploit, because there's a break in the chain of custody. Okay, sometimes you don't have a single parent around. Baby was found by nearby workers who may not even recognize the baby because baby has been indoors with the mother. So they have no idea whose baby this is. Okay, but being able to document where this baby came from, where the baby was found, okay, estimated age. Sometimes I just look at the cord and know that this is a fresh cord. So this baby is, less than a week. All those details may help mothers and families to care for their babies to be reunited with them. And I must say that technology can fail, electricity can fail, but paper okay, can survive certain situations. So it is okay if we don't have a means of documenting to have duplicate papers. So whoever is transferring the baby has a copy of the document that I transferred baby A, who was found here, this estimated age, this weight, etc., to this facility. And then that facility too has a copy. So that if person A who transferred the baby later goes to meet a mother searching for her baby who matches this description, can easily send her to this facility. And because they have a copy of the transfer notes, it's very easy to sometimes to reunite families with their babies. Okay. And finally, for mental health, a mother's mental health is part of our neonatal assessment. Okay. A kind check-in with a mother to see how she's coping and how she's doing is key, because her emotional state can actually impact bonding with a child and even milk let down sometimes. So it's key that whilst you're caring for the baby, especially for the mother, you're looking at her mental state. And if there's any help that can be offered, we offer that to her. Okay. Now the final pillar, I have just one more slide after this and we are done, is continuity of care. Okay. And this is where we are looking at intensive care needs. We are not looking at what we've improvised at the tent. Okay, so we are not looking at using sewing clothes together to put on a stool, put the baby under the stool to improvise as an incubator. We are talking about the stage where you've stabilized the baby. You've ensured, good thermal care, feeding, even infection prevention. And then you've triaged and realized that, no, this baby needs higher care. Okay. This is where you identify which facilities can meet this baby's need and transfer them. And make sure during the transfer, you are doing safe and effective transportation of the baby. Okay. So in the community setting, okay, we do not, this final continuity of care is something that should be established before the next disaster hits. It's not something you wait for a disaster and then you're now figuring out, okay, a disaster has happened. I'm not even sure where the nearest hospital is. No. The floods are annual, okay, in Accra. This may not be the last, okay. I'm not trying to sound pessimistic, but these floods are always happening. So we must have some plan in place if we are going to have continuity of care. And I've put them in, this 4-link strategy. So 1, rescue, stabilize at the point of first contact. Okay. Do your warm chain, feeding, sepsis prevention, do everything right. 2, refer to a referral facility that can match the baby's level of need. So if it's a baby that had near drowning and this baby needs ventilatory support, it is definitely not a CHIPS compound around that you are going to look for. You are looking for the next route to the tertiary facility so that you can have this baby looked at. Not every baby that's displaced needs a NICU bed, but make sure that those who need NICU beds are sent safely to where they can find a NICU bed and appropriate care that they can receive. Okay, now link 3 is to document and hand over. And let's stress on this. The documentation and handing over is a child protection strategy. Okay, we achieve half if we're able to rescue this baby, stabilize them. I mean, fine, they don't die, but now they're displaced. We can't find their families. And it happens a lot often. Sometimes it's out of our control, but we must make sure that as much as we can help it, okay, we make sure that our documentation, be it paper, by whatever means, okay, is key. If you have to put a tag on the baby, just so we know who and where this baby was found, it's key. The 4th one is community follow-up. So a lot of times the big disaster has happened, the flood, the fire, the kids are rescued, the community is heavily impacted. And then we forget that there's a silent second wave, second disaster that doesn't scream. That's missed immunizations, growth faltering, abandoned children, because in the community, they just went back into the community. We didn't, take the time to find out who were these children going back to? Were they their parents? Okay, who is taking care of these children? So you have babies that end up with malnutrition as they go. Okay, recurrent infections, missed immunizations, just because a major disaster happened. So as much as the disaster has happened, these babies have been rescued. We must make sure and endeavor, okay, that the subsequent disasters are mitigated. So this is my last slide. Okay, and I want to close with this thought that every flood, every fire comes to test our health system and test its memory. Okay. And what is testing is whether it remembers that its smallest, most silent patients who can't advocate for themselves are actually still there. Okay. And as we saw in our data earlier, we are not even counting them. Okay. Our health system and strategies we put in place must reflect the fact that we are aware we have this vulnerable group. We are aware of their challenges and we are doing things to meet these challenges. So there are a few points I'm going to put down here that are easily achievable. Okay, you don't need WHO, etc. for these. Okay. For instance, putting warm supplies and a working bag and mask ventilator in every relief health post. Something as simple as that. Training every volunteer you make contact with on the warm chain, and especially how to put a baby in kangaroo mother care for the newborns. It costs nothing, but can save a lot of lives. Okay. And then treating and identifying and documenting every unaccompanied newborn. Okay. Seeing it as a child protection emergency and not just an administrative afterthought that we do. And the fourth is to hammer breastfeeding, encourage these mothers to breastfeed. And I'll close with a story I saw today about a mother. There was a Venezuelan earthquake. A mother was found with her 4 children. All 4 were alive because under the rubble, she was breastfeeding all 4 of them. As old as the oldest was, up to the youngest one. She kept them alive just by breastfeeding for days. Okay, so that was on a lighter note. So let's hammer on the benefits of breastfeeding. Okay, so these are a few things and considerations for the newborn in our disaster preparedness. So thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine. Please, we'll move to the next section, which is I would want to invite Dr. Augustine to please kindly share your screen and we proceed.
I think
Hello, Dr. Augustine. Okay, while we wait for Dr. Augustine, I would love Prof, if Prof is available to just so that we can catch up with the time. Prof, you can kindly share your screen and walk us through practical tips for healthcare providers in pediatric in disaster. So while waiting for Prof to quickly share his screen and present, I believe we've all learned from the previous presenter, and we've been able to get our memory tips. Dr. Eugene came with a very powerful message. According to Benjamin Franklin, failing to prepare means preparing to fail. That was a quote he used. And then he ended up also dropping his own quote that the absence of fracture does not rule out internal injury. So thank you so much for prompting us to look beyond the very obvious. I was waiting for Dr. Augustine to share his screen so that we can just meet up and go with time. And I would also like to so that we can meet up with time. I think if Dr. Pearl is around, Dr. Pearl, please, you can just quickly join so that the rest can be rescheduled to present after you. Thank you. So while we are still waiting for our speakers to join, okay, that's fine. Sister Olivia Umo, please, you can start preparing. If you are available and fine, you can proceed and share your screen so that we proceed.
All right, I'm here.
That's fine, thank you.
Just that it would have been nice to hear all the medicals before the social worker steps in, but it's fine, as you said, to save time. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Etene, and the Pediatric Association for this very enriching webinar. It's really, really good. I'm Olivia Umo. I'm a Catholic sister of the Daughters of Charity and the Director for Safe Child Advocacy, which is a social service institution in the Catholic Archdiocese of
Hello.
Please, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Great. So I'm trying to share.
So sorry. All this while my network didn't go off. Now that I start speaking, it's trying to misbehave. So like I said, I'm into safeguarding and protection of the rights of children. So I'm a child rights advocate, and I'm very happy to be sharing here in this very noble forum on safeguarding children during disasters. And my focus is on ethical and legal considerations. So I'll be looking at safeguarding, child safeguarding, ethical principles in pediatric disaster response, family reunification, and if time permits, legal responsibility of healthcare professionals. The objective would be to understand disaster impacts on children, which a lot of the speakers already have surfaced, identify safeguarding needs of children and response, and then the importance of family reunification, which has also come in here and there from the previous speakers. And I want to very much thank them for visiting a lot of areas which I don't have to talk about. I had types of disasters, but even from Dr. Aduma, the first speaker, she has surfaced the various types. Maybe what I would add is violence in home, just to put my safeguarding in context, disease outbreaks as well, along with others they have mentioned. Then what they haven't, I didn't hear is home accidents, automobile accident, building collapse, and industrial disaster. So what's safeguarding? And generally, when we talk about safeguarding, we are referring to those measures taken to create safe environments for children. And now we have extended safeguarding beyond children to vulnerable adults and to everyone indeed. But here in this context, I'll be emphasizing on children. It is the process of protecting children, vulnerable adults, and all. Whatever you do to keep children safeguarded, it's a holistic approach aimed at ensuring the safety, well-being, and dignity of children, and those who are most at risk. It's preventing impairments, ensuring they grow up in circumstances consistent with the provision of safe and effective care. So whether it is keeping the home safe from disaster even occurring, all of those preventive measures to safeguard children, to ensure that children are not harmed, that they are protected. In the past, we used to talk about child safeguarding and protection. But now we broaden it that safeguarding actually covers all. So all of those actions taken to respond to children in harmful situations to protect them from further harm. This is what we normally refer to child protection. That is reactive more than proactive, while safeguarding is proactive, preventing more, making sure that the children are not even, exposed to harm. While protection is responding, children are already exposed, they are already in the situation of harm, but they are, something is done to act in order to respond to that situation, such as taking legal action to call offenders to order or ensure the child is not exposed to further harm. So today I'm using safeguarding and child protection interchangeably because it is simpler to speak in that term. And today you brought my attention to the need for safeguarding in disaster areas, because we've always been talking about safeguarding in terms of abusive situations, how we can safeguard children from being abused, how we can safeguard them from being harassed, exploited, and neglected. But today we are looking at in terms of disaster, and some of the speakers have even, touched areas that can relate to abuse in the case of disaster as well. So core safeguarding principles are the principles of the best interest of the child. This is a principle that states that whatever decision has to be made, the best interest of the child is paramount. paramount. Then the principle of do no harm, whatever you are trying to do, ensure that you do no harm to the child, that the child is safe from any form of harm, because as someone said, in the process of trying to help the child, you can actually harm the child. So we have to be sure that whatever help we are planning or intervention that we are carrying out, that doesn't harm. The non-discrimination, every child is entitled to support, to help, to assistance, especially in the situation of disaster and emergencies. Participation will come in where, depending on the child's age, the baby that Dr. Josephine just spoke about earlier would not be able to participate much because of the vulnerability degree and the fact that it's not able, she hasn't reached the age to participate. Confidentiality and accountability. So these are the core principles of safeguarding. And I have explained them alongside, so I'll skip that slides. Then we also look at consents and confidentiality during emergencies. We need to seek informed consents from parents, caregivers, or the child when the age of the child or maturity allows, before collecting, sharing, and using personal information. And this is also where it is possible, because there are situations of emergencies that this will not be possible if, like you talk about, unaccompanied children in a facility. This might not be possible to get informed consent from parents. But if the child can give consent, at least try to explain what you want to do with the child to the child. This is part of safeguarding, so that the child feel protected, feel safe in the situation, because already this child is exposed to danger, trauma, stress. So in the bid to give help, we don't add to the trauma that the child is already experiencing by just acting without communicating or getting their consent. Explain why information is being collected in the case of information, or if it is specimen or anything, and how it will be used. Obtain permission before taking photographs, videos, sharing children's stories. These are all safeguarding principles. In life-threatening situations, information may be shared when necessary to protect the child from immediate harm. These are exceptions that your judgments would make you to know when it is either this or that. Then confidentiality. Protect children's personal information and case records. We don't just share their information anyhow because they have faced in the situation of disaster. Then we just talk anyhow about them or our discoveries, and share information only with authorized personnel or a need-to-know basis. Avoid discussing children's cases in public spaces, shelters. We talked about sending children to shelters where they cannot find their, reunite with their families immediately, or the family is in distress. Maybe a house has collapsed on the whole family and the parents are in serious critical state, and one or two children are safe and they can be in a shelter, or they were not even there when it happens and they are in a shelter. So this kind of children, you need to guide the way you talk about them. Securely store the documents and photograph and everything that concerns them. And please need to respect children's privacy and dignity during assessments and service delivery is very important in disaster situations, because when there is disaster, we sometimes lose control, but these are things that we still need to take into considerations. And then when confidentiality may be limited, information should be reported when a child is at risk of serious harm, abuse, exploitation, trafficking, or neglect is suspected. As you said, in situations of disasters, there are people who would take advantage of the situation of vulnerability and would want to exploit the situation, and children can also be exposed to other risks beyond the disaster itself. Legal or child protection reporting requirements apply. In this case, you will not say that because of confidentiality, the principle of confidentiality, so you will not give the information that is needed. So why children safeguarding is paramount in the situation of disaster? As other speakers have actually mentioned this, because children are dependent on adults very much. They cannot run very far. They may not even be able, they don't have the cognitive competence that we have, capacities that we have. And then they are at risk health-wise. And I think Dr. who had elaborately talked about the risk, they are psychologically distressed, and that has to be attended to. I think Nez also spoke about that, and even Dr. Josephine. And then their whole life, which is education, basically is disrupted. So if that is disrupted, what do they turn to? What do children resort to? And then risk of abuse and exploitation. So with all of this, safeguarding becomes paramount, very, very important. Otherwise, they will be exposed to greater risks. So key protection risk are family separation, violence and abuse, trafficking, child labor. I think I've mentioned that in other parts. So child protection, specifically during disaster, you need to prioritize child safety. Safety is key. Keep families together as much as this is possible. If we don't need to separate them, then don't separate them. If they are in the same hospital, bring them together so that they can get support from one another. And then there won't be much fear that the children will be thinking that, oh, what has happened to my parents or my siblings? Keep them together. Register separated children, and this is very important. If disaster has caused the children to be separated from their parents, we may not even be able to immediately trace the family. We may not even know the child's name. How do we register them? We have to give them some tag that can label this child and identify where these children were brought from, what the disaster site is. This kind of information will help to facilitate family tracing and provide safe shelters. And Dr. earlier talked about safe shelter. And when he was speaking about safe shelter, I said, wow, this doctor sounds like a social worker. And safe shelters are very important because it's not just enough to provide shelter. The shelter has to be safe, so we have to be able to do a check. And maybe this is where social workers have to come into the scene. And in disaster, we actually need a multidisciplinary approach to address properly. Maintain access to health services. And I'm happy to hear all the very professional inputs that all of the doctors and the nurses have talked about on how to ensure that these children in such situations have access to health care. Response that's needed for separated children, because this is very important. This become, apart from the babies, this would be the next most vulnerable in disaster situation. So these children have to be identified, documented. Effort has to be made towards family tracing. It's not enough to take care of them, give them food, give them treatments and all of that. It is so, so important to make efforts, just as we make effort to provide them with health care, to attend to them so that they stay alive. We also need to make efforts to trace their families, because this can further traumatize the child and even delay the child response to our medical care and attention. And then while we are still with the children, we provide interim care, good care. And I'm so glad that a lot of the earlier speakers talked a lot about aspects of care like feeding and then clothing, provision of hygiene, and all of the things that children would need, including items for play, because that will also help the child to respond even quicker and to stay calm while we are trying to trace the family. And reunification must necessarily be taken as a priority. And psychosocial support has been talked about, and seriously, so probably can just keep that for want of time and look at family reunification. So when we are able to safely return those children in such situations of disaster back to their families, you will see the joy and the smooth and the fast healing that will take place in those children, the restoration to wholeness and actualization even for the entire family. They will be able to continue their schooling, and then we can continue case management at home, and they heal faster when they are united with their family. They will come through better, and the family too will heal better. And then, if possible, livelihood support for families, especially in very distressing situations like what Dr. Adoma and the second speaker spoke about in the case of flooding, where somebody would have lost her whole source of livelihood. It's not enough that we have provided immediate medical attention to resuscitate them. It's also good that we find resources that we can put together to bring them back to life, to boost their livelihood. Otherwise, they may never recover. And then the children will suffer greatly when the parents have lost their livelihoods and nothing is done to help them. In the end, it will be the children would be out of school, the children will suffer from malnutrition and all the other implications that the earlier speakers mentioned. Let's see if we can touch a little on legal responsibility of healthcare professionals. And I begin with the duty of care. And I'm sure all the healthcare professionals, you know that this is a legal responsibility you have to provide timely and appropriate medical care to children affected by disasters. Prioritize life-saving interventions while ensuring children's safety and dignity. So it is not an option. You don't have an option. It is what you are legally bound to do as a professional, as a medical professional. And where you don't do it, you've really failed. You've failed in your profession and ethical responsibility. Mandatory reporting. This is also another legal responsibility you have as a health professional, that you report suspected cases of child abuse if you come by, neglect, exploitation, trafficking, violence, or any of this, because as I said, and others have mentioned, some of these things come into play even though we were originally dealing with disaster, we discover other things. And when you discover this, it is important to report them. And even in your practice, your day-to-day practice outside disaster, that when you come in contact with any of these suspected cases of any of this, that it is mandatory that you report for legal action to be taken against the perpetrators. Safeguarding and protection, that you identify children at risk and make appropriate referrals to child protection services and take responsible steps to prevent further harm while under medical care. Consent and confidentiality, that you obtain informed consent. I've already talked about that one, and maintain confidentiality. These are legal responsibilities. I'm putting them in the context of legal responsibilities. I've talked about documentation, accurate record assessment, treatments, and all the things that need to be documented. Non-discrimination, I mentioned that, but also here as a legal responsibility, provide equitable care to all children, regardless of gender, disability, or ability, ethnicity, nationality, religion, or socioeconomic background. You, in this situation as a professional, you are bound to take care of every child in need. You will not start selecting. Maybe this one is saying, the parent of this one, or this area, this one is more important, or this child is more precious because it's so beautiful and well-built. No. Or because it's a male child or a female child, she has to be a priority. All of them. And some, I think one of the nurses, the first nurse that spoke, talked about, making sure that you distribute your time appropriately, not to spend too long with one case or one victim, that others become more at risk. So if every one of them deserve the same equal attention, then you need to do that. Compliance with laws and policies, and you know this better than I do, because you know the legal framework that binds your profession. So to ensure that you adhere to these national child protection laws, healthcare regulations, and humanitarian standards, even during disaster response, because these are times that things can be done anyhow, and we think that it is okay. We can also be taken up when that moment is over. So the key message would be for me that healthcare professionals are not only responsible for treating injuries and illnesses, but also for safeguarding and protecting children's rights, safety, and well-being throughout the disaster response process. And I always love this whenever I'm speaking about safeguarding, that safeguarding is everyone's responsibility. And don't feel that you can, you can stay out of it. It is part of the package you must deliver. A lot has been said about the Accra flooding, so I will not say much about it anymore. So my recommendation and conclusions are that children must be central to emergency planning, which others have spoken about elaborately, that we strengthen preparedness and early warning, invest in resilient schools and communities, and that every disaster response should include child protection and safeguarding. And this has also been a wake-up call for me and my organization as we go around to train people on safeguarding. We haven't been talking about in the disaster situation. So from now on, I have taken a leave that we will include disaster preparedness and safeguarding in disaster situation in our future safeguarding training in schools, in communities, in institutions. Thank you so much. And this is my package for this webinar. I'm grateful.
Thank you so very much, Sister Umo. I really I appreciate you taking out your time out of your busy schedule to give us this wonderful presentation. Thank you. And Prof. Gary Lee, I don't know if you are online, if you could quickly share your screen and we move to the next presentation.
All right, okay.
Thank you, Prof.
All right. So I'll get to that. Let me get to it.
So Prof is going to be taking us on practical tips for healthcare providers.
Yeah, if I get my computer back online, I will do that. But everything's shut down. I've been on so long. I don't know if I can get back online at this hour of the night, but I'll try. I think everything is shut down on me. Let's see, where am I? All right, here we go. That should be. All right, Doc, do I have it on?
Yes, please. Your slide is on, Prof. You can proceed.
Good. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm told by Dr. Adamo I have 20 minutes to work, so I'm going to get rolling right away. But I want to preface my presentation tonight with a couple of quick comments. I'm astounded by the amount of information that's been delivered tonight. It's been outstanding. And I ask myself the question, is this a static event or a kinetic event? Is this event going to lead to preparedness, or is it simply for our own knowledge and information and no action? I'm frightened by the thought that tonight is purely potential energy and there's no kinetic energy. This summit should be the nucleus or the seed corn of preparing for the next event, which everybody in this meeting knows will happen. It will definitely happen again. That's Mother Nature style. And I'm concerned that all of the information broadcast tonight will go into a big vacuum and that there will be no preparedness to follow what's happened tonight. Who's going to pick up the gauntlet and make it happen? Because the educational session of tonight was excellent, but the kinetic is not there. The vectors are not there. I never heard anyone say we should pick up the baton and start running with this and demanding that there be an emergency plan for the next event. When is that going to happen? And let me walk you through my presentation to answer my own question. I call this an all-hands meeting with greetings for my appreciation to have a chance to share with you all the lessons I have learned in Katrina, Gustav, Ike, and in Haiti with cholera. I've got 20 minutes, so let's roll. And I thank Hope Exchange for the opportunity to participate in this event, and it goes to Dr. Odama for her confidence in me. And here's my webinar with the caution of you will have a repeat event. And will you take tonight and wrap it and bundle it and convert it into preparedness? So Dr. Obama gave me my challenge number one to answer the question, what is teamwork and multidisciplinary collaboration during disaster response? And I will answer that after my second question, which is personal preparedness for healthcare workers, and my third question, which is coordination with emergency response teams. In order to do that, I'm going to give you my preamble. And here's my preamble. My overview followed by the end game. The preamble is the nature of the beast. The beast will always reappear. What you all have experienced may be again next year, it may be 10 years, but the next generation will see it again, or the following generation. Mother Nature has a certain amount of periodicity. The end game for tonight is where does the family, your culture, and expectations survive after the past floods? Where does family stand? Where does culture stand? And where does expectation stand? And I'm going to give you my answers to those questions because I want you to think wash. I want you to think wash throughout my presentation. In my presentation is nicknamed the Calamity Caution. And all of what I've heard tonight boils down to two phrases: dirty water and human waste. The obligation of the government and of the people in leadership positions is to protect individuals from neonatals to old timers like me at 85 from dirty water and human waste. Everything else becomes irrelevant when you're overrun by dirty water and you're walking in human waste. Everything else pales. And if you don't have the infrastructure for dealing with dirty water and human waste, you will have the flooding continuously. I call it the calamity twins, and I want you to adopt this phrase. Everything you do and everything you plan is to deal with the calamity twins because they cause your outbreaks and your derailment. Flooding is derailment in my world. Earthquakes is derailment. And outbreaks come from your microorganisms. I want you to think about the microorganisms in terms of what are the infection agents that you.
What? Mobile money. What? I don't want mobile money.
Please, while listening, could you please keep your mic mute? Sorry, Prof, for the interruption.
Keep mine mute?
You can go ahead, Prof.
Okay. I thought you wanted me to mute. I thought I was doing that poorly. I'm struggling with my vocal cords again tonight. They're bothering me. So I'm shouting, and I have to apologize for being.
That's fine. We can hear you. That's
good.
fine. We can hear you.
As
That's fine.
long as you can hear me, the impact is there. Okay, so dealing with the calamity twins, I want you to keep the infection agents in mind. You need to find the source in the vectors. You have to isolate, contain, and eliminate the vectors of dirty water and human waste. If you don't stop them, they will get you. So let me go through what I call the operational event spectrum. And I've heard emergency use is a substitute for disaster, and disaster is a substitute for humanitarian, which is what I call calamity. And the differentiation is significant because if you're going to appeal for world help, you need to be able to use emergency purely, disaster purely, and humanitarian purely. That's not apples and oranges here. They're either an apple or an orange, and keep them distinct. Develop a habit of knowing exactly what is an emergency, exactly what is a disaster, and exactly what is a calamity or catastrophe or humanitarian event. Get those down pat, because when you're negotiating with the outsiders, they get confused when you use these words interchangeably. So now let me work over some words for vocabulary before I answer Dr. Adoma's 3 questions. The 5 dimensions of defense for an event is prevent and protect. And when prevent and protect fail, then you mitigate. And when mitigation as a levee is broken, you have to respond and you have to recover. And some places don't recover from disasters. but prevent and protect. Get the 2 P's before the M and get the 2 R's after the M and get that rhythm down. Because if you're in the United States and you screw up these 5, you're going to be left in a rear with the caboose. This is clear and distinct language in American response mechanisms. You prevent, and if you fail, then you protect your people. After that's over with, you mitigate what went wrong, and you respond and you recover. Get those 5 down pat and know them. And here's the differentiation for me to answer the questions. Emergency is when you talk about saving lives, protecting assets, and safeguarding the environment. There's nothing in there about children unless your life is in danger as a child. Emergency deals only with saving lives, protecting assets, and safeguarding environment. Now, when you get to the disaster level, your operations are getting water to the people for hydration, snacks to the people for nourishment, and a wrap. You either get them a blanket at nighttime or a foil in the daytime. And when you're on a disaster plane, this is what you worry about: water, snacks, and wraps. You're already above the level of saving lives, protecting assets, and safeguarding environment. Emergency is lowest level. Disaster is the next level. When you get to the humanitarian, which is the calamity or the catastrophe, your obligation on the ops then is shelter, temporary, and building permanent long-term shelter. It's meals. You arrange meals on site or you deliver the meals. In services, you want public and private services running immediately. You want the private sector going, and you want manufacturing going. This is the humanitarian level. This is where governments step in. This is where the U.S. sends its greatest people overseas. And this is where I'm programmed to go in Venezuela at this level. Get those levels down: an emergency, then a disaster, and when you get to a catastrophe, you're in big trouble. What happens in an emergency is that you can handle the situation with your own assets or with your own capabilities. When you're in a disaster, you call for help because your capabilities are overrun. When you get to a humanitarian effort, your capabilities are destroyed. You have no capabilities. Get those 3 levels for conversational purposes. Now let me go to what I think is survival for anyone in an emergency, disaster, or calamity. Because Dr. Obdamo asked me this in question 1, 2, and 3, and I'm going to give it to you now. You have to have the right mindset for an emergency, for a disaster, or a calamity. And the mindset is very clear and it's very distinct. Your mindset is wash for infection protection and control. You deal with wash. You want clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. And you want ICS command with an emergency operations center. Somebody's got to be in charge. Somebody's got to be the big dog. And here's where it comes into play. Oh, I hit this. Dr. Damo's challenge: 1, teamwork and multidisciplinary collaboration during disaster response. Here's the way I answer that question. Teamwork is when a group of people get together and somebody decides there's an expert. The expert becomes the chair. Everybody else becomes a supporter. You either are the chair or you're a supporter, or you get out of the way and get lost. Collaboration is agreement upon the plan of action. The team puts together a plan of action. Everybody cooperates to make it happen. And this is not just doing a disaster response. This is also doing a humanitarian response. At the emergency level, fire, police, and emergency medical take care of multidisciplinary. It doesn't go any higher than that. Let me go to challenge number 2. Personal preparation or personal preparedness for healthcare workers. My advice is very simple. Keep your mind uncluttered and stay physically kinetic. Watch that you never sit on your butt too long and watch your diet. That's your personal preparedness. Have an uncluttered mind. Know the facts. Know clearly and distinctly what the plan of action is from the team and stick with the team. If you're the leader, make it happen. If you're a supporter, implement it. For healthcare workers, mindset is obvious, and you're either focusing on a child, an adult, a damaged person, or a corpse. Keep your mindset clear. And for number 3, coordination with emergency response teams. You don't coordinate with emergency response teams. Fire, police, and first aid are the coordinators of emergency. At the disaster level, if you're in public health, you coordinate with the disaster management team. And if you're at the humanitarian level and you're in public health, then you take your orders from the top dog and you make your services available to the calamity team. This is the coordination that has to take place. One person under the calamity team decides what the medical field is going to do and where it's going to go with its public health capabilities. Otherwise, you end up with a difficult situation. And I want to say thank you, but I want to go to my last presentation and come back to thank you. This is what I call Lee's rule of survival. And I shared it with you because it's undiscussable, that most people will not discuss publicly or privately about what happens with an emergency, a disaster, and a calamity. Here's what you have to watch out for. Under the calamity, you have to watch for ahakari, which is called the consolidation of power. And during a calamity, there are 3 levels of power. There's the constitutional, there's the asset, and there's the mafia. The constitutional are the duly elected leaders with power. The asset are the corporate people with money, assets, and delivery. They have the manufacturing capability and the assets. The mafia are the consultants in the NGOs. That's the United Nations, that's the World Bank, that's all of those groups that have the money and they come in and they tell you what to do. They're the mafia. They'll overrun your place. Here's your emergency decree. Be real careful with an emergency decree. It suspends the laws of a jurisdiction. What happens with emergency decrees is a police state is established. We've never had a police state in the United States because Congress has never suspended our Constitution. But it can happen at the state level, it can happen at the city level. In New Orleans, the mayor suspended the Constitution of the city of New Orleans, and it went nuts because there was no law and order. You have the suspension of laws with the establishment of a police state, and that's when the military normally shows up and takes over. And you don't ever want that to happen. You want to make sure that you keep the consolidation of power under control. And always be aware of what I call the wolf pack, the consultants and the NGOs who come to do good, but they bleed you financially. That's what happens. Or they establish their own law and order, or they establish their own power structure. Beware of the wolf pack. This is a free form of advice for calamity that I'm happy to share with you all because I've experienced every bit of it. Consolidation of power in Haiti and also in Russia, the suspension of laws in different countries, and the ubiquity of consultants and NGOs. You probably had some after your flood in Ghana. I don't know which ones they were, but I'm sure somebody showed up willing to take over the responsibilities and get paid for it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's my quick and fast delivery of my presentation. my colleagues from Ghana will know that I don't waste a lot of time. And I hope you all have found this successful, and I'm open to any questions that you may have regarding my presentation.
Yes, Prof, we'll make room for questions when you are
Sure.
done.
I can't believe that I was that successful, but I thank you all. Yeah. I truly believe in what I present. I'm very passionate about my work, and I'm very passionate about my materials. And I hope I gave you all the blunt side of what goes on in the world of emergency / disaster / calamity management. All right, Doc, I trust that the information has been delivered, and I'm available to anyone that has any questions. I want to go back into my thank you and say Godspeed to all of y'all with your work and the recovery over short term and long term from your flooding. I looked at the news coverage and it was awful. It was devastating in most cases. And I thank my 3 colleagues from Ghana, Eunice Akuso and Dr. Adamo, for inviting me to share with you all what I know and what I've experienced. It's been a remarkable experience here. Thank
So
you.
while Prof, thank you so much, Prof. I really appreciate that. So while Prof is still on,
Well, was it sufficient? Was the information okay for you?
Yes, very impactful, Prof. So for our listeners, and please, you can indicate in the chat box if you have a question so that we just pick accordingly. And then you can feel free to unmute yourself once you get the approval, and then you let us listen to your questions. Please,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question time, please. I'm so sorry. I understand that I muted. So let me just try and unmute so that we can ask questions. So, Prof, please be online.
Hello,
Dr.
Prof. Thank you so much for your presentation. And it's good hearing from you because of your depth of experience in various disaster zones. What advice do you have for us as a country? How do we prevent the cholera and the dysentery following the floods, or it's inevitable?
You stop the cholera outbreak by stopping the human fecal matter that's being dumped in the water. You go back and establish temporary toilets for the people who are without sanitation equipment. And you make sure they do not defecate in the open waters, which they probably can't avoid in some cases if they lost their home and lost access to a toilet. The best way to deal with the cholera is to eliminate pools of water, dry it up as quickly as possible. If you have to bulldoze it and dig ditches and drain the water from the area, ditch it out that way. Or if you have the pumps, you have the pumping capability, pump it out and pipeline it to a reservoir. Develop a big reservoir. In Haiti, we had a reservoir that contained 100 million liters of human waste and dirty water, and then we destroyed it chemically. But you got to get that dirty water out from the pools, because when human waste or animal waste gets in it, you're asking yourself to invite the calamity twins, and they will get you. And cholera will kill. You definitely want to be aware of the danger of human waste. The single greatest resource in the world, if it could be utilized, but it's not, unfortunately. Also, what you want to make sure is that no one spoons dirty water and ends up with dysentery. And people will use dirty water to wash down equipment, and you don't want them to do that. So you have an obligation to truck in clean water. There's a definite difference between clean water and safe water. Water may look clean, but it may not be safe. So you got to be real careful not to buy clean water when you really want safe water. And many times consultants will sell you the wrong water, and you end up with a serious problem. When you suspend your purchasing requirements and you go into buying what you can wherever you can find it, you subject yourself to that danger of buying inferior materials. You want to make sure that doesn't happen. That's a lot of cautions, but cholera will get you. You could be as fortunate as Malta, where I am here. All of the water in Malta is desalinated, or 90% plus is desalinated, so they don't have a great fear of ending up with cholera or any other waterborne diseases. That water's clean as a whistle when it comes out of the plant. But not all countries have total desalination of seawater. So you got to make sure you know better. My single greatest fear every time there's an emergency or disaster or calamity is what happens to the dirty water and what happens to the human waste. Because sooner or later they will get you if you don't take care of it. And the hospital is no different. It has to deal with the fecal matter of patients in the dirty water of patients that have been scrubbed and cleaned. That has to be disposed of properly. Any place you go when there's an emergency, a disaster, or calamity, you're haunted by the calamity twins. And you got to be mindful of it at all times. You have to think wash. You don't walk through it, you don't sit in it, you don't bathe in it. You stay away from it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Prof. We really appreciate. And my apologies for keeping you waiting on the call. So thank you so very much. We appreciate.
Well, I'm really impressed by what you all are doing tonight, and I hope you can take all of the knowledge that's static tonight and make it kinetic and get after the right people to get your country with the right momentum to be totally prepared for the next event.
Thank you, Prof. So we'll proceed with the next speaker. So, Prof, if you can kindly unshare your screen so that the next speaker can share his screen.
I will do that. Okay, I'm honored to do that. It should be unshared here.
Thank you so very much for such an impactful presentation. We really appreciate you sharing your experience with us here in Africa. And Dr. Pels, please, you can proceed and share your screen.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. So I have quite a temperamental network, so I'm hoping that it's able to hold throughout the presentation. So my name is Dr. Pearl Edunya. I'm a psychiatrist and currently the acting lead clinician at the Confanoche Teaching Hospital. As part of this evening's presentation, I've been given these areas to give a brief overview to help us pick some nuggets in the face of our current situation. So I'm going to try to use the next, I was given 20 minutes to touch a little bit on age-specific psychological reactions, psychological first aid, briefly on how to recognize stress and trauma in the children and adolescent age groups specifically, and then to touch a little bit on support for caregivers, and then to also give us a brief of the current available pathways to mental health services. I acknowledge the contributions of all the previous speakers ahead of me. Let me see, my slide is moving. So because of the time constraint, I'm going to go straight to the point. And we are looking at how to handle young people, children and adolescents, basically, in the face of crisis. And as the previous presenters have helped us get a good picture of how the situation looks like and how vulnerable this age group looks like, I'm going to go straight into age-specific reactions that we can expect when we are dealing with this age group in terms of the mental health context. So basically, for young children between the ages of 0 to 2, the typical response to stress or trauma or crisis or disasters like we are facing, we will notice change in behavior that would resemble things like excessive crying and becoming intolerant of change, either change in routine, change in food, change in clothing, any change, especially if you have neurotypical children. It's a very difficult situation for them to tolerate because of cognitive rigidities. You are most likely going to see things like sleep disturbances, change in sleep pattern in this age group, changes in feeding preferences and feeding patterns, and feeding problems will emerge. You're going to notice things like clinginess to strangers or to any adult figure for this age group. And yes, you are going to notice regression in developmental milestones. So for this age group, this is the critical age group for sensorimotor development. So language, toilet training, communication, emotional regulation is typical for this age group. And so you are going to see children in the 0 to 2 age group losing some of the milestones they may have already acquired. So tantrums are going to be more prominent. Things like bedwetting, toilet training could reverse. So you could even notice some motor milestones, fine motor, gross motor milestones, which may go back when you have this age group children dealing with crisis and dealing with trauma and stressful situations. Now, for the age group of 3 to 5, this is the preschool age group. This is the time when our ability to distinguish familiar people from unfamiliar people, which borders on our sense of security, is being established. So you are going to see an increase intensity and incidence of things like separation anxiety, especially given the fact that these young people are most likely going to be removed from their familiar environments. They are going to feel unsafe. So also for them, you are going to see a lot of emotional dysregulation and mood problems, nightmares, is common in this age group. Bedwetting will show up here, and then some behaviors regress or primordial or primitive behaviors like thumb sucking, tantrums, acting fearful, not wanting to be alone or to be by themselves or even to detach from caregivers. And then you may see those who might drift into some form of dissociative states where they zoom into more magical thinking as a way of helping them deal with the change in the reality that they have been familiar with. And for some children too who are atypical, like our autistic children, you are going to see things like repetitive play patterns that may occur. And for those who are typical children, you are going to see them enacting the traumatic scenes that they've had. And this is the age group where you could actually engage them and get them to draw and share their experiences with you. So to the next age bracket, that's the school age group, 6 to 12. You'll notice signs of anxiety, restlessness, being on edge, being unable to tolerate long waiting periods, having difficulty waiting their turn, having difficulty sharing items with other people will be showing up, or even going into places where there are a number of people together. You see some traces of social anxiety showing up in this age group. And then, of course, for this age group, symptoms that might resemble depression will not have the classical presentation that we have in adults. So this age groups is able to recognize their emotional state. So they will be able to tell you they are not happy, they are sad, and they will be able to tell you they are angry or they are having difficulty concentrating. You might notice a decline in school performance. Physical complaints also may begin to become more prominent in this age group, presenting as complaints of headache, stomach ache, and then withdrawing from playing with other children of the same age, which would have been their previous disposition. Then aggression, violent play, attacking other people or lashing out. And then they are also able to demonstrate sense of guilt. So they may act impulsively and then later on come to express their regrets for their behavior. For the older age group, 13 to 18, these have the capacity to think in the context of an adult. And so you will notice symptoms in this age group that are similar to symptoms that you can expect in adults who are facing crisis, who are facing trauma, who are facing chronic stress. So things like rapid changes in mood states. 1 minute you're having low mood, not happy, losing interest in things that you used to enjoy. And then the next minute feeling you have all the energy in the world, and you can make things happen that are beyond your capacity. That is switching to the extreme end of the mood state. Then irritability. This is where you become intolerant of things that previously you could tolerate. And then the risks of taking behaviors that have a high chance of failure. is also common for this age group. Social withdrawal, where you see teenagers pulling away from other teenagers that are of the same age group, which would have been a healthier thing to do in a crisis or a traumatic situation. Then, of course, they can demonstrate depression more similar to what we see in the adult age group, anxiety. And for those who are having difficulties to cope with a sudden change and the crisis, you might notice poor coping strategies like substance use and self-harm coming to play to the fore. You may also notice in this age group change in appetite, change in sleep, and again, they begin to question their value systems. They begin to question identity issues. And so this age group is the age group that is vulnerable to disorders of sexual orientation, identity issues, personality disorders are common for this age group. If going through the crisis or the trauma, the mental health needs of young people are not taken. So this just gives us a brief understanding of what happens to these age groups. And I'm hoping that it gives us a good idea of what the possible mental health implications can be if we do not handle the various age groups. And of course, most of us may fall into this large group, where for us, because we are expected to have a rich cognitive maturity, we may be in a state of shock or denial, asking ourselves questions about how this happened, why we allowed it to happen, what could we have done differently. So that state of shock and inactivity will be seen in this age group: anxiety, depression, anger, difficulty making decisions, sleep problems, reduced productivity, which would be seen as a reduction in your work and your performance levels. And then, of course, the poor coping go-tos, defense mechanisms that we pick up, which would include using alcohol and substances with the intention of numbing the psychological pain we experience. And again, for this age group, relationship difficulties. So just briefly to give us an idea of how the various age groups will respond to a crisis situation. And these responses are natural responses. The caveat here is that care and psychological support is essential to prevent these responses from becoming a chronic scenario and leading to full-blown mental health conditions. And so it is important that in every crisis situation, psychological first aid be administered to all individuals who encounter the crisis, either as primary on-site first-hand victims or even as indirect victims. Those of us in Kumasi, we are not in Accra, we have families there. All of us need a certain measure of psychological first aid. And psychological first aid, let me say, is evidence-based and informed approach that is given to people who have experienced catastrophic or overwhelming events in their lives. So it is helpful for children, adolescents, adults, families, any individual who has encountered a disaster. It could be terrorism. It is essential that every individual gets this if you find yourself in a situation where you encounter a devastating situation. Psychological first aid is designed to reduce the initial distress that is caused by the traumatic event. It is also designed to foster a short-term and a long-term adaptive function for individuals who have encountered an adverse event, and also to help them build healthy coping strategies. So there are 4 basic standards that basic psychological first aid should provide. Whatever approach you use, there are 4 basic standards that should be present. And the first is that the approach you use should be consistent with research, and it should have evidence that supports risks and evidence that promotes resilience development after experiencing a traumatic event. Again, it should be applicable, it should be practical, and it should be practical in the field settings where the disaster has happened. And the speakers before me mentioned several interventions. So you see that the interventions they talked about, they all emphasize this as well. The second point, it should be applicable. So you don't go for something that cannot be used. It should be practical. It should be something that is easy to do. It should not be complex. Again, it should be applicable for the developmental level of the target individual. So we are looking at children and adolescents. We should not be looking at an approach or an intervention that this age group cannot benefit from. So if you are dealing with neonates, preschoolers, school, adolescents, teenagers, whatever we are bringing on board as an intervention should be something that can be used by the age group based on their development level. Again, it should be culturally informed and it should be delivered in a flexible manner, which means that there are beautiful approaches out there, but they might not be culturally compatible with our settings, and importing them into our cultural settings might come with certain rigidities that are not possible in our setting. In that case, then that will not be helpful for us. So it has to be customized. It has to be designed to fit our settings. Again, it is important that as we look at being able to deliver psychological first aid, we do not assume that all survivors who develop severe mental health problems. No, and I hope that I'm not coming across as saying that everybody who goes through a traumatic experience is going to end up with a serious mental health problem. No. You should not also assume that every survivor is going to have a long-term difficulty in recovering. No. The psychological first aid you are applying should be based on the understanding that the disaster survivor and all the individuals that are affected by it will experience a broad range of early reactions. And as I have said, one, based on their age groups and their developmental stages, again, based on their gender, they will react differently, based on their culture, based on their past experiences. So the reactions, physical, psychological, behavioral, and spiritual, are going to be varied. And therefore, it is important that the approach is applicable, it is practical, it is customized, and it is individualized as well. Why is it important? It is never too much to emphasize that the responses we are going to see, physical, psychological, spiritual, social, emotional, these reactions that are going to occur can and will cause enough distress that has the potential to interfere with the adaptive coping mechanisms that the individual experiencing it may have built over the years. The reactions also have the potential, to alter the recovery process. And so it is important that we provide support that is compassionate for individuals who have encountered some traumatic or catastrophic events, and also that we also take care of the people who are responding, those of us who are coming to the aid of the individuals going through the trauma. We have to also take care of the responders also to the experience. Who should be administering psychological first aid? This is a question that when there's a disaster, then everybody is wondering who should administer it and who should it be given to? As I have said, everybody who encounters it. So for our presentation today, we are focusing on children, adolescents, parents and caregivers, families and adults who were exposed to the disaster or the flood. We should also look at the first responders, the people who moved in as soon as the disaster happened to help. They may also be impacted almost to the same extent as the people who were a little bit of a reminder to bring us to the scene of what is going on across the country. And if you look at the pictures, you find that the age group affected is across lifespan. There's a woman there in the picture on the left bottom. You see there's a baby at her back. She's carrying barrels. There's a teenager behind the one in the colored shirt who is also carrying clothing. You see men, women. So disaster, the second picture in the middle at the top, you see a teenager, two teenagers, one holding a mattress. So disaster does not pick and choose who it affects, and therefore providing psychological first aid should not be done selectively. We should target anybody who has experienced it first and who is a first respondent or a relief agent who has come into the situation, because they come in and they also become traumatized by the scene they see, and they would also need the support. The strengths of providing psychological first aid are these. Psychological first aid is supposed to be rich in information. It should have rich basic information. And I think the presenters ahead have done justice in talking about the quality of information for the various interventions. So the first step should really be that as someone who is going to provide psychological first aid, you should take your time to gather information, gather techniques, get to know where resources are, where access to what amenities are, and compile a comprehensive data or a comprehensive reservoir of information that can be used rapidly by survivors. And immediate concerns, needs, implementation, supportive activities should all be available in this bulk of information. So as soon as the disaster happens, the first step in providing psychological first aid is to organize information to help people access help and whatever help is available. The next strength of providing psychological first aid is that it relies on field-tested evidence, informed strategies that can be provided in a variety of disaster settings. So because of the 4 pillars, you find that it doesn't matter the type of disaster, you can apply psychological first aid. If you follow the 4 pillars, and if you follow the strengths, you can apply it. Again, it should emphasize developmental and cultural appropriateness. It should be interventions that can be used by survivors of all ages. Another strength that should pull through providing psychological first aid is composure. The individual who is to give out the psychological first aid needs to be in a calm state. The person needs to be oriented emotionally, okay, in order to help those who are overwhelmed, who are distraught. And so the provider of the psychological first aid is going to help calm the survivors of the disaster. Again, another strength is that it helps survivors to tell you specifically what their immediate needs and concerns are. So the approach we use for psychological first aid in gathering information, which we'll see later when we go through the guideline, is designed to help you be good in listening to be able to hear what the immediate needs and concerns of the survivors are. You don't go in to provide PFA by coming in with your preconceived ideas of what the needs of the victims or the survivors are. You do not go in like that. You go in with the first step of gathering information to help you know what is their immediate need and their concern. And you gather additional information as appropriate. Based on the first step that you had, you will now be able to tell, we need NADM, we need this person, we need fire, we need a place to sleep, we need that. And then you can gather that information as well. Again, you need to now bring on board a practical approach of assistance and bring on board practical information to help the survivors address their needs and their concerns. And if it is possible, prepare handouts that contain information like hotline, call lines, and information about location of facilities. As we were hearing, where do you send those who got burnt to? Where do you send those who got drowned to? Where do you send those who can find their relatives to? All that information should be well organized. And if it is possible, you have some signage or handouts that can be handed out to everybody in the settings to enable them and be able to locate or move towards the right area. And that is to say that the individuals who will benefit from the last point are those who probably can read or who are old enough to access the information. So the basic objectives for providing psychological first aid is one, to establish human connectedness. You want to make sure that the individuals who are affected, who have become dispersed, they are able to reconnect with their families and reconnect. Again, you want to enhance safety and emotional and physical comfort. So you want to look at the things that will enable these to be possible. Again, you want to ensure calmness and help the individuals orient their emotional response to the situation. So how do you achieve this? You want to connect survivors as soon as possible to social support networks, to families, friends, neighbors, and helpful resources that can help them get connected. You want to support them adapting to the situation and being able to cope. You also want to acknowledge the efforts they have been making towards coping. So you don't go condemning them, but you go to listen and say, hey, so what have you been doing since this happened? How have you been coping? And you want to commend their efforts. And then you want to empower the survivors by encouraging them to keep doing the things they've been doing that is helping them survive. Encourage them to also take an active role in the process of recovery. So clearing debris, finding staff, getting connected, helping others find access to amenities, all will be things you can encourage them to participate in helping with their overall recovery. Providing information that may help survivors cope effectively with the psychological impact of the disaster. Someone can find their spouse, their parents, their house is destroyed, the psychological impact. You need to provide information that will help them be able to develop resilience in the situation. And I talked about human connectedness. It is important that in trying to get the survivors connected, you do not come off as intrusive. You do not come off as imposing, but you want to come off as compassionate and non-intrusive. Baby steps, gentle steps to get them to trust again and to allow you to support them to recovery. You want to enhance immediate and ongoing safety and provide physical and emotional comfort. So when we are gathering things like blankets and mattresses and used clothing and first aid agents and distributing them, across, we are enhancing this and making them, physically and emotionally comfortable to help them cope. And above all, you want to provide them with reassurance to enable them calm down and orient emotionally to the overwhelming situation they find themselves in. It is helpful that you tell the survivors that you are there to help, and that you encourage them to tell you what their immediate needs are and what their concerns are, and for you to be able to gather additional appropriate information to provide the necessary support. And it is also important that in providing psychological first aid, you offer practical assistance and information to help them address their immediate needs and concerns. So who delivers it? Yes, mental health professionals, other disaster workers should be able to provide early assistance to affected individuals, community emergency response team, emergency response team members, faith-based philanthropic organizers, school crisis response team, and there's a whole range of individuals who may come to volunteer to help. And once you go in to provide PFA, you'll be gathering data about all these people to help with tracking who is doing what, and in order to prevent the vulnerable from being taken advantage of as part of PFA. So what should be our conduct for people who will be providing psychological first aid? We should operate within the framework of an authorized disaster response system. So it should not be that, hey, it's crisis and everybody is digging in. We don't know who is doing what. We are not organized. We are all like we do in Ghana. No, we need to come in and put together a framework. We need to organize the approach, and then we go in. So yes, we rush in, but we should rush in with a structure and an order in place to allow for not creating further chaos in the already distraught situation. Again, there should be a model healthy response that should be our conduct. We have to model a healthy response for the individual. So you come in, you are calm, you are courteous, you are organized, and you are helpful. That provides reassurance for the survivors to be able to trust and to be able to also compose themselves and develop the necessary coping and resilience to help them adapt. You should be visible. So you should come with labels, tags, t-shirts that shows who you are, where you are from. You should be available. So you should not show up today and tomorrow someone has heard that you are there and they come and they do not find you. No. If you are providing psychological first aid, you should be visible, you should be available. You should maintain confidentiality as appropriate. So you don't gather the information and the next thing you are on the media space and you are talking and spewing people's, confidential information they've given to you. No, we have to, as much as possible, even though the situation may be chaotic, provide confidentiality for survivors. We need to remain within the scope of our expertise and our designated roles, which means that all of us going in to provide psychological first aid should know who is where and what who is doing, so that you don't cross into doing what the other person is supposed to do and create a chaotic situation. You want to make appropriate referrals available. If you find that what you are dealing with is beyond your expertise, please, in crisis situation, acting hero and acting out of your expertise could be harmful in an already devastating situation. So it is important that you help direct survivors to the needed expertise or to the practical applicable expertise that is available on the ground to help the survivor cope and survive the situation. You need to be knowledgeable and sensitive to the issues of culture and diversity. So you go in You need to have gathered information enough to know what to say, what is not appropriate to say, what is sensitive, what is not sensitive in that geographical area, so that you can be helpful. Otherwise, you go in and you create additional problems beyond what already exists. Again, you want to pay attention to your own emotional and physical reactions to the situation you have gone into, and also take good care of yourself as someone who is going in professionally to provide psychological first aid. So let's look at what psychological first aid looks like. So we've appreciated the 4 pillars that should run through our approach. How do we deliver it? You want to first politely observe the situation. You do not intrude. You ask simple questions to determine how you may be of help. You don't just barge in and intrusively begin to disrupt the decorum or the situation. Politely observe first. Do not intrude. Ask simple questions of how you may be of help. Then the best way to make contact is to provide practical assistance for the survivors. So you come in, you've observed, you've seen that they need water, so you come in with water. They need blanket, you come in with blanket. They need food, they need shelter, they need clothing, you come in with these things. That is the best way to make contacts. Now, when you have initiated contact, it is only after you have done this that your observation of the situation and the people involved, and you have determined that the contact is not likely to be intrusive or disruptive, that you now proceed to the next step. And what will be the next step? That you prepare yourself, that the survivors will either avoid you or they will flood you with contact. Yes, they may avoid you or they may flood you. Once you have gone through the first 3 steps I mentioned and you have established contact, you have proven your credibility, you've provided confidentiality. Yes, they are going to come, they are going to contact other people to also come and seek care. So you being visible and available should have the capacity to accommodate a situation where you become flooded with contact. So that is why the point before this says that you should also be aware of your own response and your reaction to scenarios and controlling yourself and taking care of yourself. You need to be able to speak calmly, be patient, be responsive and sensitive to the people who have survived this experience. You want to speak slowly, not in a harsh manner, not in a rapid manner, because people going through crisis have a heightened response and reaction, and therefore you want to slowly release your information to allow them to slowly assimilate or slowly grasp what you are saying and synthesize it within their response time to be able to respond appropriately. So use simple, concrete terms, simple, straightforward language. Don't use acronyms, don't use jargons, don't use terminology. Speak simple to them. If the survivor wants to talk, you should be prepared to listen. And when you listen, focus your listening on hearing what they are telling you, not what you want to hear or how you want to hear it. You want to hear how you can be helpful. That is the way you provide psychological first aid. Again, you want to acknowledge the positive features of what the survivor has done to keep safe. Don't go and be blasting, hey, look at what you people have done here. No. You go in, gently observe what is done, ask simple questions to be able to appreciate what they were trying to do and what their immediate needs and concerns are, and then come in to provide the support to help them improve on what they are doing and also have a practical way of surviving. Give information that directly address the survivor's immediate goals and clarify answers repeatedly as often as needed. In that state of crisis, they may be asking the same question several times. You need to be composed enough to be able to answer it as often as the question is asked repeatedly, and not lose your temper and lose your calm and lose your orientation. Give information that is accurate. If you don't know where water is, don't behave like the way, oh, go straight, turn left, you find it. Meanwhile, you know clearly that is not where you have no knowledge of this information. So give accurate information, and it should be age appropriate for the person that the information is directed towards. So if you are communicating and you are using a translator or an interpreter, remember to be looking at the face of the person you are talking to, not the interpreter. And this is a default thing that we do because you can't speak the language and there's an interpreter. You are trying to speak for the interpreter to hear you. So you speak to the interpreter, not to the person you are addressing. And your emotions and facial expressions may be lost on the person you are communicating with. So look at the survivor, look at the person, and then allow the interpreter to interpret what you're saying. And be observing the facial expressions of the person you are talking to be able to pick cues of how they are receiving the information you are giving to them. Remember that the goal of psychological first aid is to reduce the stress and not to heighten it, and is to assist the current needs and promote adaptive function, not to elicit details of traumatic experience and losses. So you should not be asking, and what happened? And where were you? And no, don't be getting the individual who's traumatized to relive the trauma and to reenact it by narrating it. No, you want to reduce the stress and you want to assist with current needs and promote adaptation. What should you avoid as someone providing psychological first aid? Do not assume that survivors who experience the trauma are all going to develop serious mental health problems. Do not make assumptions for the survivors. Do not assume that everyone who was exposed to it is traumatized either. Yes, it was a traumatic event, but do not assume that everybody was traumatized. And do not be apologizing. Do not be oh, I'm sorry. No, that will feel like you are patronizing them. Do not be apologizing. Be ready to listen and be ready to listen to hear what they are saying. Do not label their reactions as symptoms or signs or diagnosis. No, don't do that. Don't give them labels, because this is most likely an acute response which is going to be reversed. Do not talk down at them. Do not talk to them as if they are not intelligent enough to have seen this coming. Do not talk down to them as if you are the most intelligent person with all the solutions in the world. No, do not focus on their helplessness or their weaknesses as you see them. Do not focus on the mistakes or the disabilities they have. Do not focus on what they have done that was not effective, but focus on the things they have done that has been helpful and effective and may contribute to helping others. Focus on the things that have been helpful and the things that can be helpful for others, and encourage them in those areas. Do not assume that all the survivors want to talk to you or they need to talk to you. It's a common mistake. We assume that, hey, everybody who's gone through it needs to talk to us. Do not assume that. Do not debrief by asking for details of what happened. You will be making them relive the experience. Again, do not speculate or offer the possibility or offer possibly inaccurate information. If you cannot answer a question, do your best to learn the facts and be able to provide the answer later on. So if you are working with a child and providing psychological first aid, you want to crouch, You want the child to sit. You want to be at eye level with that child or the young person you are talking to. If this is someone who is of school-going age, you want to help this child to verbalize what they are feeling and what their concern is. Your questions should be simple, should not have big labels. It should have simple labels that are present for common emotional reactions like I'm sad, I'm scared, I'm worried. And pick your words carefully. You don't want to pick extreme words which might heighten the distress, like I'm terrified, I'm horrified, I'm traumatized. No, you are helping them label their feelings, but you want to pick simple words that will not worsen their emotional distress. Listen carefully and check in with the child to make sure that you understand them. So give feedback. Say, so if I heard you correctly, I thought I heard you saying something like you have not eaten since it happened, and so you are hungry. And then the child may say, yes, that is what I was saying, that when it happened, we had already eaten and gotten to sleep, and then it happened. And since then, our life have been disrupted. We've not had anything to eat. So listen carefully and give feedback to check in to see if you have understood what the child is communicating. Beware that children may show developmental regress signs in behavior, language, and I've already talked about those changes that may occur. So when you see those changes, remember to not assume that they have developed a serious mental illness consequently, but remember that this is a response to a crisis situation, and with the right support, you are going to help them recover from the situation. Match your language with a child's developmental level. Young children typically have less understanding of abstract concepts like death. Children below the ages of 12 may not be capable of concrete thinking. And so when you use abstract terminologies, they may not be able to appreciate it. So you want to use simple language that they can relate with based on their developmental age. And remember that adolescents and teenagers are the age where they feel very much and experience things very much like adults. And therefore, you want to give them information at an adult to adult level. By doing that, what you are communicating to the adolescent is that I respect your feelings, I'm concerned about your feelings, and I respect your questions as well. So don't talk to the adolescent or the teenager as if they are a young child. But for adolescents and teenagers, you want to talk to them like you talk to an adult. And by that, you are telling them that you respect everything they have experienced and how they are interpreting everything they are going through, and you are ready and available to help. Reinforce these techniques that we have just gone through for any caregiver who is present, any parent who is present. You want to reinforce the points I've given above, coming to their level, choosing your language carefully, being able to relate according to their age of development, acknowledging that it is allowed in their response phase to regress and to go back a little bit on their milestones, and with the right support, they can recover. Let this information and these techniques be available to all the people who are providing care for the young people involved in order to provide appropriate emotional support for these people. So how do we recognize stress and trauma? And I'll be ending very soon. And technically, we say that when you feel that you have had more than you can handle, than you are used to, then you are in a situation of stress. And there is a simple reaction that we all produce to stimulus that disturbs our physical and mental state of balance. In other words, I'm trying to say that stress is something that is omnipresent in our lives. As long as we are alive, we are going to encounter stress. So for the young person too, stress comes as a natural response to challenges and demands that may, yes, be above their capacity to cope. And there are several things that can cause stress in children. Schoolwork can cause stress. And so a disruption of school and a disruption of the routine to learn can be a source of stress for them. Peer pressure is a source of stress for young people, family issues. So in a crisis situation, when the family is dispersed and disjointed, that can be a source of stress for young people. Social media and societal expectations, which we had before the crisis or which we are having because of the crisis, can all become sources of stress for young people. In the school, presently, we know young people encounter things like bullying, teasing, shouting, insults. And these things can also occur in the crisis situation. When we create makeshift schools, these things can also show up there again. In the home, things like shouting, houseware, organizing tasks, interpersonal relationships, abuse, neglect, and deprivation are sources of stress. And in crisis situations, these scenarios can also occur for young people. And for every human being, the stressor you encounter, whether it's chronic or acute, it stimulates your brain in the higher centers to send signals to your anterior pituitary glands to produce hormones that are going to change your whole biochemical state to put you in a state of flight and fight. That is, to put you in a state where you stand your grounds and fight to survive, or to put you in a state where you run away in order to survive. And this is a basic system that becomes activated anytime we encounter stress, acute or chronic. And the physiological impact of any stressful situation is multi-systemic. Your cardiovascular system is affected, your respiratory system, your reproductive system, your immune system. All these systems encounter changes in their function, in their architecture, in their effectiveness during a crisis situation. And therefore, we should note that stress is a situation that can lead to serious physical health consequences. And therefore, providing psychological first aid is very crucial for survival. Trauma is a higher version of stress. So usually in traumatic situations, there is either a perception of loss or there is loss. And an emotional response to a distressing event that threatens your safety and well-being or your life, like we have the floods, is effectively categorized as trauma. In traumatic situations too, yes, there are physiological processes that are activated, our hypothalamic pituitary axis and our sympathetic nervous system. These are the systems that kick us into action to fight or to run for our lives, are activated also in traumatic situations. And therefore, we need to understand that people going through crisis do need psychological first aid because it is essential in helping reduce the impact of these processes that are underlining our response that can help us cope and survive. So what do we do when we face a crisis? And how do we assess mental health care in crisis situations? Yes, whoever is the first respondent or is a point of contact, whether you are at the community level, you are a school individual, the crisis happened in school, at home, in the community, in the church, wherever, you are the first person who is the first point of contact. And based on the knowledge we have here, you should be able to provide psychological first aid, gather enough information to be able to move the person to the next level. The second level is the level where there should be a skilled professional who is capable of providing an assessment to help develop a specific intervention to help the affected individual or the survivor. And this can be a general physician, a mental health nurse, a community mental health officer, a physician assistant. It can be a social worker, social welfare worker, a school teacher who is capable of evaluating the individual to some extent and should have the capacity to refer to a specialist point of care. And that is where you now have the third point, where you either send to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist so that a thorough assessment can be done. And then the specialized intervention can be given. Some interventions, the first one, of course, is the psychological first aid, but some interventions can be individualized psychotherapy, group therapy, family therapy, community-based therapies are also helpful. And so in Ghana, we have some hotlines that are available to the Mental Health Authority and also through the Psychological Association of Ghana and the Psychiatrists Association of Ghana. And these call lines tend to be toll-free and can be available to anybody who needs mental health services. It is important that we do this because our mental health is our human capital. Thank you very much for the opportunity for this presentation. Over to you, hosts, for any questions.
Dr. Pels, thank you so very much for your presentation. I'll quickly read a question in the group chat. So I think the question was coming from Nana Opuku. And good evening, Doc. Thank you so much for an educational and practical presentation. I read in some American journal that autism have a direct link to vaccine injuries. And research conducted showed that unvaccinated children are 100% free from autism. As an expert, I want to know your take on this matter. So I'll just follow up with the second question so that you tie both together. In your presentation, I understood that one of the signs of mental health issues is sex identity crisis. Having noted that, do we then classify those adolescents in LGBT plus mentally challenged? So if you can quickly tie both for us and we wrap up.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'm sure the literature you read linking vaccines to autism is older than 10 years. I am sure of that because that was when those theories were up. Currently, from the data we have as of 2025, we do not have any vaccine that has been directly connected to the development of autism. We do not have any concrete research that shows the causation of any vaccine to developing autism. Rather, we've been able to identify 21 chromosomes and still counting, or 21 genes and still counting, that have been identified as linked highly with the expression of autism. Now, expression of autism is a multifactorial it has a multifactorial etiology. That is to say that several factors come into play to bring about the expression of autism in an individual. And so that is what I'll say about autism. Again, to correct the point here, that as I kept reiterating, experiencing traumatic events or catastrophic events is not equal to developing serious mental health conditions. Therefore, I mentioned that do not assume that every survivor who experiences a disaster is going to develop a serious mental health condition. And so in that same vein, we cannot say that individuals who experience traumatic events develop disorders of sexual orientation or identity. I must add here that all the way up to International Classification for Disease Manual, the 10th edition, and also to the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual, the 4th and the 5th edition, we acknowledge people with identity crisis, personality disorders, which includes disorders of sexual orientation and sexual preference, were all acknowledged as mental health conditions. And they all had outlined pathways for treatment. Now, in the most recent versions where we have modified it, the modifications have been in line with individuals who are comfortable with the disorder and individuals who are not comfortable with the disorder. And these individuals are being empowered to seek treatment through the various approaches that are occurring worldwide, to allow them to feel confident enough to come for treatment, and also to respect if they decide not to come for treatment. Of course, there are social cultural contexts within which these things are being carried out, and different countries have different ways of approaching the problem. So yes, disorders of sexual orientation are recognized in our diagnostic manuals, and there are specific codes for it as well, along with several other disorders of sexual orientation. And so it is not a new phenomenon under mental health. And developing identity crisis as a mental health problem can occur, and even there's data that shows individuals who have had adverse childhood experiences like sexual assault, sexual abuse, ending up showing this disorder when they get to the age where your sexual identity is supposed to mature. They struggle with it. And so the evidence is there. And the evidence is also there that people who have chromosomal abnormalities like XXY and the other combinations of non-disjunction in genetic differentiations do not all develop disorders of sexual orientation, which supports the fact that people with these disorders are not born with genetic abnormalities that underline it. And so the current literature is showing this, and there's so much work that is going on to identify the genes that may be implicated in the expression of these disorders. And there's a lot of support that is being given to people who are willing to get treatment. Some are going for what they now call top surgery and cosmetic stuff. But we know that even when they go for it, we still have to give them medications to help them deal with the underlying anxieties that they experience in association with the disorder. And even when we give them the best of cosmetic interventions and lifestyle changes, they still struggle with it, to emphasize the fact that it is a mental health disorder, and we need to take the necessary step to give the appropriate intervention for individuals suffering from this disorder. Thank you very much for the platform and the presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Due to time and lack of it, I would kindly invite the PhD Vice President, Dr. Emmanuel Opong, to give an announcement, and then follow with Dr. Oduma, and we close. Thank you.
So I think Dr. Emmanuel is muted, and I have to stop sharing.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Good evening, everyone. It has been a very educative session the past few hours, and I'm hoping that all of us who are able to join and stay through have received a lot of useful information. The Pediatric Society of Ghana, as part of its efforts to mitigate the injury that this recent flooding has had on children, we are working with the NADMO, the National Authority designated to respond and bring some relief to the affected people. The society is focusing on children, and as part of that, we are doing a fundraising and donation drive so that our executives in the Greater Accra region can reach out to some of the children with much needed support, not just material support, but also clinical care and mental health and psychosocial support. In view of that, God willing, next week, Saturday, 18th of July, there will be a first of a series of medical outreach events. And we are calling for volunteers, especially those who are based in Accra, doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, everyone, any healthcare worker who can show up, sign up and show up. So there will be a call for volunteers that will be put on the PSG national page and other platforms. We are encouraging as many people, especially those in Accra, to sign up so that we can plan quickly. We have just a few days to put all these logistics and planning together. So just two things. We are encouraging as many people, wherever you are in any region, to donate and encourage others to donate. We will share the flyer. I think some of you may have seen it. And then two, we are also inviting volunteers. We are calling for volunteers. When the call for volunteers comes out by tomorrow, please sign up and encourage our colleagues to also sign up, even as we put what we have just learned today into practice to bring some relief to the affected children and their families. So thank you so much to Hope Exchange and the team for putting this wonderful training together. It's a start of many things to come. Thank you, and over. Congrats from PSG and NEC.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you so much. Dr. Duma, over to you, please.
Just to say a big thank you to all of you for being able to stay on. I know it's been a lot of information, but the video is also available, so you can just listen on at any point in time. And just to remind you to keep one thing in mind, that as you are seeing these children who are victims of the floods, victims of this disaster, kindly remember, keep disease surveillance in mind. Sometimes we get carried away looking for a vein, looking for blood, looking for this, for that one patient. But remember that sometimes some notifiable diseases may come up, and you need to alert your disease control officer to quickly escalate so it doesn't turn out to become a disaster of indiscriminate or unimaginable proportions. So just that. And to say once again, thank you all so much for joining on, and let's all join hands and then help the children. And like Professor Gary Lee said, let's all move together and really make sure that the children are prioritized when it comes to national disasters. Thank you all so much. Over.
Thank you so very much, everyone. On behalf of OB Exchange Medical Center in collaboration with the Paediatrics Society of Ghana, I wish to extend a heartfelt appreciation to everyone, especially our distinguished speakers, for sharing their expertise, experience, of course, practical knowledge to us. And to all our participants, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. And for the 62 of us who were able to last to the end, we are the real winners. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate. As we leave this virtual gathering, let us remember that disaster preparedness is not just a one-time event, but a continuous commitment. Every plan we develop, every skill we improve, every life we touch contributes to building a safer future for our children. Thank you so very much and have a good night rest. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.